Pwede ikaw, sir.
Naganaan ako hapon. Ako na
Ikaw nga eh.
Bigyan mo na sa akin.
Okay.
Prayer.
Ano? National anthem? Ano na kami kanina umaga?
Yung prayer wala pa.
Nag-prayer na rin.
Ay, isang dasa lang pala yan kada araw.
Gusto mo ito. Sige sir, mag-prayer na. Suran mo nga yan. Suran mo kaya yan. Tapos, hello ma'am, pasok na kayo. Nasaan si secretary? North Wing. Pumunta na lang kayo dito sa sa plenary kasi kung wala si secretary, habol na lang siya. Hala, North Wing po. North Wing po ako, sabi kanina, North Wing 214. Dito kami sa plenary session hall. Hindi, sa may session hall.
Sulat mo na lang. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. The committee hearing for the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry under the Committee on Appropriations is now called to order. I would like to acknowledge our resource persons that are present with us today. Heading the DTI, of course, Secretary Mon Lopez, Yusek Ireneo Vismonte, Yusek Seferino Rodolfo, Yusek Rafaelita Aldaba, Yusek Ruth Castello, Yusek Abdulgani Makotoman, Yusek Blesia Lantayona, Director Asuncion Cruzada, Director Alvin Arceo, and DTI Executive Assistant Camille Joy Hoven. I would also like to acknowledge our DTI representatives who are present with us via Zoom. Other than our resource persons that are present with us, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our dear colleagues on the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, Congressman Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, John Ray Chanco. Present with us via Zoom is DS BH Bernadette Herrera D, DS Divine Grace Yu, Deputy Majority Leader Yul Servo, Minority Leader Stephen Paduano, Senior Deputy Minority Janet Garin, Congressman Bonito Singson, Congressman Hector Sanchez, Congressman Ferdinand Gaite, Congressman Maria Laarni Cayetano, Congressman Vicente Veloso, and Congressman Edgar Chato. So magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Pinagpapatuloy po natin ang pagdinig ng proposed budget ng mga departamento sa ilalim ng ating pamahalang nasyonal for year 2022. And today, we will consider the proposed budget of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies and corporations. So I will now recognize Secretary Mon Lopez for his presentation. Secretary Mon.
Maraming salamat po, Honorable Chairman David Suarez, sa ating pong mga honorable members of the committee at yung nandito po sa Congress ngayon, si Congresswoman Kimbo, Chairman John Ray Tiangco, at mga nabanggit po na nasa Zoom sa ating pong DTI family. Allow us to make a very brief presentation po dito sa ating budget proposal ng Department of Trade and Industry for 2022. First, I will just give a short explanation about the DTI and then the summary of the 2022 budget, performance report from July 2016 to June 2021, and the fiscal year 2022 priority plans and programs. The DTI, with respect to mandate, would cover investment promotion, industry development, MSME development, export promotion, and consumer protection. We have 14 bureaus, Mr. Chairman, 7 attached agencies, 6 corporations, 8 service offices, 16 regional offices, 80 provincial and city offices, 30 foreign trade service corps posts in 22 countries. The total workforce complement as of July 31, 2021 is 4,786 in the DTI OSEC. OSEC means Office of the Secretary, but it actually refers to the main DTI main office, and 2,498 in attached agencies and corporations. Just a few slides on the summary of the general summary of the DTI NEP for 2022. For the consolidated total, it amounts to 23,701,903,000. 21 billion of that would be under OSEC and attached agencies. Number one, on the Office of the Secretary, which is the DTI main, the total is for 2022 proposal, National Expenditure Plan is 6,603,680,000 or 6.6 billion. POI would be 399 million. PTTC or Philippine Trade Training Center, 71 million. Design Center Philippines, 116 million. CIAP or Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, 126 million, 0.6 million. Cooperative Development Authority, 583.2 million. And TESDA, 13,642 million. And then additional or automatic appropriation on RLIP, 430 million, a special account for MSME, 23 million, and attached corporations would be the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone Authority of 52 million, the CITEM, Center for International Trade Exposition and Mission, 152.6 million, and the Small Business Corporation, which is an annual budget allocation of 1.5 billion to fund its microfinancing activities for a total of 23.7 billion. If we are going to divide it by organizational outcome under the Office of the Secretary or DTI main, that would be general administration and support of 1.3 billion. Under operations for outcome number one, export and investment. To increase exports and investment, that's 790 million. For industries developed, 466 million. Micro SME assisted and developed, 3.446 billion, which is, as you may notice, this is really the thrust of the agency. And the consumer welfare enhanced with 550 million for a total of 6.6 billion. On the next page, this will just give us a guide on by allotment class and increases and decreases. So on personal services, an increase in 2022 for basically the funding of 29 million for mandatory retirees, those reaching the age of 65. Reduction in overseas allowance of 5 million. Um, and then moving on to the next big item, the maintenance and other operating expenses. These are really for programs. And this will include mainly the 1 billion for pangkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa. This is a livelihood kit distribution program. Ito pong livelihood kit, ito ho yung mga 5,000 to 8,000 pesos worth of livelihood kits that are being used for any micro or livelihood recipient and beneficiary. So these are in kind na ginagamit po sa pangkabuhayan. And then provision for the loan proceeds of a foreign assisted projects called RAPID. RAPID, in short, is basically about agro-industrial development, helping the production and agriculture side and connecting them with the SME processing side so that there is a more of a cluster approach on key products like fruits and nuts, coffee, and cacao and coconut. And then there's an increase of 94 million for the provision of ICT requirements, but a reduction of non-recurring activities of 356 million. So reduction, oh, yun. And there's just a small increase on financial charges of 2 million, and capital outlay for ICT requirements 70 million, and the provision for loan proceeds for the rapid project of 70 million. And again, a big reduction on non-recurring activities of 730 million for a net increase only of 972 million. In terms of comparison with the 2021 budget and the 2020 and the 2022 NEP, for the general administration and support from 1.1 billion to 2.7 billion. And then on pagdating po sa operations, again on the exports and investments to be increased, ang budget po ay 861 last or this year, 2021. The proposed budget for 2022 is 1 billion or a 25% increase. For the development of industries from 569 million to 1.7 billion or a 204% increase. And the MSME assisted and developed from 2.3 billion to 5 billion, 114% increase. Consumer welfare, 720 million to 876 million or 22% increase. So those will be the top line summary for our budget, Mr. Chairman. If I may proceed on the DTI report on accomplishment, just a quick rundown of the some of the programs we perform, and basically this will give you an idea on where the budget is usually utilized, okay, for the DTI accomplishment. So we categorize our function, those enumerated above, into three main points: trabaho, negosyo, and consumer. Pagdating po sa trabaho, we've been pushing for investment promotion, export promotion. The more we create investment, the more we can create more jobs para sa ating mga kababayan. So dito po sa ating report, it will show that the investment approval have been very encouraging. In fact, we reached record level during the time of President Duterte. In 2019, for the first time in 53-year history of the Board of Investment, umabot po ang registration sa 1.14 billion pesos. At nung 2020, on a pandemic year, napaabot din po ng 1 trillion pesos. So top 2 years in the history of the Board of Investment. In the report, it will show that if we add PEZA, there's a reported 5.17 trillion pesos, generating about 800,000 jobs and historic high levels. We are now also launching Make It Happen in the Philippines. This is an investment promotion, global branding. Much of these really are now, we're doing more of these virtual investment roadshows because of the pandemic. So there is less or practically no traveling being done, but we are still able to perform the job through the virtual investment promotion activities. And it's the same thing being done also for virtual trade promotion activities. One big program that we entered into is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is a free trade agreement signed by the 10 ASEAN countries together with the 5 ASEAN FTA partners. So this would be the Japan, South Korea, China, Australia, and New Zealand. We have also been promoting new technologies, new industries like upgraded services for AI research, the BPO, and the creative industries. Under the newly created law like CREATE, the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises, or CREATE law, enacted, and thanks to Congress for its enactment, we are developing now the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan, which will be the basis for selection of industries that will be eligible for investment incentives. For the 2021, the current year, we have adopted the Fiscal Incentive Review Board has adopted the 2020 Investment Priorities Plan of the BOI for the listing of industries that will be eligible for investment incentives. Pagdating po sa trabaho, ang tinutulak po dito ay yung export recovery, tinutulak din po dito sa trabaho yung export recovery and agri-industrialization. Ang good news naman po natin in this 2021, we are seeing export really growing and I would say rebounding because this is not only higher versus the low base of 2020, but the numbers that we are seeing are even higher than the 2019 pre-pandemic level. So ang atin pong export ngayon ay I think year to date has grown by about 19%. So versus the 2019 pre-pandemic. Of course, it is a big growth of versus the 2020 numbers because of the low base. It has a bigger growth. We have also launched the Philippine Cold Chain Industry Roadmap. Essentially, we have worked on improving logistics to bring down the cost of logistics. And for the first time, we've been working closely with the logistics sector, land-based, sea-based especially, so that we can work better together with relevant government agencies at mapababa po at mas efficient ang ating logistics sector. For ease of doing business, digitalization, as chair of the ARTA Council, and together with the ARTA, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, we have started many programs. Ang isa pong main program is the Central Business Portal, which has been launched and this is essentially to put online many of the business permit application process. In the DTI, we've also launched the business name registration system, where we are proud to say that we have trimmed down the application system into 8 minutes, everything online, including the online payment. We are in the midst of implementing the new e-commerce roadmap and launched the e-commerce Philippines 2022 roadmap last January of 2021. And in terms of, one other good news is that business registered under online retail activities have really jumped. Of course, because of the pandemic, the limited mobility, last year, starting at about 1,800 for the first quarter, but we ended the year with 88,000. And that number has grown to about 108,000 this year already. We have launched also a lot of programs that will help SMEs. So ito po tuloy-tuloy na ating mga programa, seminars, mentoring, so that we can really help digitalize many of the MSMEs, especially how they can market their products now that we have the pandemic and their sales have been tremendously affected. So many of them are now being able to do e-commerce, and we've patch them with mainstream e-commerce platforms, because our principle is that they should not create their own platform or website. Nobody will go there. They should be riding on the more popular more popular platforms that are out there, the Lazada, the Shopee, and the like, no? And even using Facebook and Instagram. So marami ho tayong seminars that enabled many of our SMEs to go online. We continue itong mga seminars po natin, although now more virtual. We now have 1,222 negosyo centers, and the target there is one negosyo center per municipality. 4.4 million clients assisted, 2.1 million are MSMEs and cumulative number. And then the seminars that we do, some are the types with graduation. In other words, they will have to subject to a more rigorous 9-week program, for 9 Friday type of program, no? So and with different modules, subject matters at merong graduate. So 9,594 mentees, yung mga tinuruan po, graduated. Under that, and the program is called Kapatid Mentor Me. This is in line with our partnership with the private sector. So malaki na tipid din natin dito kasi marami na po dito online and virtual sessions, including the mentoring. We've also utilized the Philippine Trade Training Center, which used to be catering to exporters. Now we've made them also as the institution, sort of the academy for micro SMEs. And it widened their programs. 2,700 training sessions conducted, 7,352 MSMEs assisted through training. On moving to the next part, also the financing, microfinancing. So dito po, these are the programs being handled by the Small Business Corporation. Una pong program na, malaking program na pinasok dito, yung panlaban sa 5-6 na inutos po ng ating presidente, magkaroon ng microfinancing para mas available ito sa ating mga kababayan. And micro ho talaga ang pautang dito. Less than 10,000 and a little higher than that, no, ang range. 9.2 billion year-to-date ang napautang na po dito. Coming from a fund from Congress na every year nabibigyan po ng mga 1 billion, lalo na nung unang taon na naging 1.5 billion every year. I think our fund now is about 5 billion, and that means lending out to 9 billion, napautang na ho at naibalik na at napautang pa ulit. So we were able to roll over these funds, and we were able to lend out to 9.2 billion peso loans, no, to 230,811 micro enterprise borrowers. During the pandemic, another program was launched, and this is the COVID Assistance to Restart Enterprises. Ang nangyari po dito, we utilized 1 billion of fund from SB Corp, but under the Bayanihan 2, SB Corp was given 4 billion to be lent again to the micro SMEs. So total of 5 billion. We are now able to lend out 5.3 billion pesos, approved loans, because yung 4 billion naubos na ho natin from the Bayanihan, and we were able to allocate more funds coming from the other program of SB Corp para lang hindi ma-disrupt yung program natin sa CARES. And we are able to lend out 5.3 billion to 33,638 approved loans or to borrowers. No? And then there are other programs under the SB Corp, which I can just discuss later for details. And then there's still the shared service facility program, 903 SSF established from July 2016 to the current, to 2021. And but the total, this program has been there before this administration, so 2,911 ang total since the start in 2013. 209,000 MSMEs assisted and 198,000 employment generated. There are also a similar shared service equipment, but the high-tech fabrication laboratories, 29 fab labs established so far. During the start of the pandemic, nakaproduce din sila ng mga health medical devices, face shield, face mask, aerosol boxes, produced and distributed to 1,390 frontliners or frontline institutions. The other part of negosyo would be kung may produkto na yung mga SMEs, we also help in the improving their market access. So we started some initiatives, innovation in our programs. What we did was that convert our mga trade fairs that were happening before into an everyday trade fair. So ginawa natin ng store ang mga MSMEs for free. In other words, no listing fee, no rental fee, but their products can have exposures in major commercial centers like the malls. So ang tawag po natin dyan, go local. This is one innovation that, of course, even it did not even require a huge budget. I think only 9 million was spent on this, but because the what we did was really just partner with all these retailers and made them partners, run the operation, and or have a third party to run it. Para ho, ang importante lang, merong pwestong pagbebentahan ng mga SME products. And this is very successful. 839 micro SMEs na ang nakapag-introduce ng mga produkto nila dito sa mga concept stores na to. And almost 400 million sales generated. And this keeps on growing. And now that there's pandemic, so the physical stores are there, but kung konti ang tao sa labas, virtual go local na ang mini-maintain din ngayon ng marami. The same concept for OTOP, One Town One Product, Next Gen. The One Town One Product has been a program, but we've called it Next Gen because this is focused on improving products, product development ito. Pag nag-improve na, mas maging marketable at nilalagay dito sa ating mga OTOP stores. At dito marami na rin ho tayo, OTOP Hub 64, 52,000 autopreneurs or mga MSMEs assisted sa kanilang 27,000 products developed, about 5.7 billion sales generated out of this program. We still continue to do mga DTI bagsakan. Now it's called virtual bagsakan activities. Mo-order na lang online dun sa mga natutulungan nating mga farmers at SME products for mga bagsakan projects. We have the national trade fairs na ginawa na ring virtual because of the pandemic. 111 exhibitors at the time, 5,580 visitors or buyers, about 9 million generated sales pagka may mga trade fairs. The Fame Plus, ito po yung mga exhibits being handled by SITEM. Now they're doing virtual also, virtual exhibits, 259 exhibitors onboarded, 988 trade buyers. And there are other programs po for the SMEs. Moving to the financing part, wait, aside from, okay, other parts of financing, these are more of, I'm sorry, categorized under models of negosyo because livelihood kits na ito. So ito yung in-explain po natin kanina na mga in-kind binibigay sa mga livelihood beneficiaries, about budget of 5,000 to 8,000 worth of products and kinds, no, gamit sa pangnegosyo. So 3,600 trainings conducted bago bigyan ng kit and 26,930 clients assisted, 24,000 livelihood kits provided under the Pangkabuhayan sa Pagbangon at Ginhawa. And then similar program, Negosyo Serbisyo sa Barangay, 13,918 barangays reached, 154,000 MSME assisted, 40,655 livelihood kits provided. We did the same program to help in the rebound of Marawi. So yung Bangon Marawi program, nakadistribute tayo ng 50,090 livelihood starter kits, 11 selling platforms established for the IDPs. We were able to help out in the NTF LCAC beneficiaries by providing 8,755 beneficiaries assisted in 618 barangays nationwide. The Killed in Action, KIA and WIA, Wounded in Action, during and after the Marawi, we provided the livelihood lending program as well. Provided assistance also to mga livelihood crafts for indigenous people communities. On consumer, the third sector is on the implementation of fair trade law. In terms of firms monitored, 543,000. Total fines collected, 66 million. Of course, they are flowed back to National Treasury. 78.7 million worth of confiscated products and destroyed. And then Descuento Caravan, 1,390 Descuento Caravan runs just for 1 year, 6,900 barangays served, 648,000 households benefited. During the pandemic, there are other programs that we did, basically to ensure that we avert food shortage. As part of IATF, we have to make sure that cargoes will be unimpeded, as well as the movement of workers on allowed sectors. Um, we've implemented as well automatic price freeze, yung mga anti-panic buying and hoarding measures, as well as during the Bayanihan 1 and 2, we were able to impose the 30-day grace period on commercial and residential rent and address over 400 complaints. Yeah. Last part, under the pandemic, we were able to encourage local manufacturers, repurposing of their manufacturing. So eventually, since the start of the pandemic, March, April, May, we had no mga local manufacturers of mga mask, coveralls, face shields. So I think about around June, end of May or June, nakapag-umpisa na mag-supply tayo ng or makapag-produce. There are local producers for coveralls, 9.5 million per month capacity, and 768,000 pieces of isolation gowns, 7.57 pieces of N95 masks, 56.9 million pieces of N88 masks, 5,000 units of ventilators. We are doing also a special program instructed by the President to produce and deliver for free 44.25 million locally manufactured washable cloth face masks for poor communities, and issued the safety seal certification programs. Safety seal certification to establishments that have passed, committed and passed, implemented also yung observance of minimum public health standards. Um, Maybe I'll stop here, Mr. Chairman, so that we can entertain more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Mon Lopez. Before we proceed with the period of interpellation, I would just like to read out the rules and procedures and how we will conduct ourselves during this period. Number one, the 5-minute rule shall be observed strictly by all interpellators. The time applies to questions only, excluding the response of the resource persons. Number two, if the department needs more time to respond, they may request that the same be submitted in writing to a member concerned copy furnished the Committee on Appropriations. For orderly proceedings, a member or a resource person who wants to interpolate or answer must first seek recognition from the chair before speaking. All questions and answers must be directed to the chair to avoid engaging the resource person or the member in a conversation. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Vice Chairman Halusos and Deputy Speaker Wesley Gatchalian. So to start with the period of interpellation, the chair recognizes Congresswoman Stella Kimbo.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. At syempre, salamat sa DTI family, especially for your physical presence for today's budget briefing. We deeply appreciate it, sir. Napakarami po, Mr. Chair, na nagsasarahang mga negosyo. According to DOLE, of the 27,353 business establishments that reported to them from January to August 30, 2021, A total of 12,409 have temporarily closed and another 1,420 have permanently closed. So ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, kalahati na nag-report ay nagsara. So malaking problema po ito. Tama po ba ang appreciation ko, Mr. Secretary, na ito pong mga negosyo, lalo na mga maliliit, na tila nasa bingit na ng kamatayan. Ito po ba ang ating primary target beneficiaries para sa ating mga programa next year, particularly on your COVID-related programs?
Hello. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Congresswoman Kimbo. Yan po talaga ang kailangan nating matulungan maabot in terms of microfinancing. Pati kahit ano pang tulong ang kailangan nila, like pag-attend uli ng seminar kung paano nila mapipivot or ma-adjust ang kanilang businesses. Dahil ang marami ho talaga tayong nakita ngayon na mga businesses that have not been pandemic-proof. In other words, yung mga nakita natin, especially those that permanently close, hindi naman ho kasi sila pwedeng permanently closed at wala ng ibang negosyo. Kaya I'm sure humanap po ng ibang maninegosyo, humanap ng ibang pangkabuhayan. Kaya ho, in the seminars that we provide, that is where normally people will get new ideas and start a new business that is, I would say, that has higher probability of surviving a pandemic. In other words, the delivery, the e-commerce. So, accepted po natin na meron ho talagang businesses na talagang hindi mabubuhay sa situation na natin ngayon.
So, klaro naman, Mr. Chair, na may game plan ang kagawaran at maganda naman ang game plan. Ang tanong, armado ba? Magkano po ang ating budget para dito po sa mga nabanggit ninyo na COVID-related programs para sa mga negosyo?
Kung pagsasamahin po natin siguro yung pondo para sa mga pautang, masasabi natin na meron ho tayo ngayong mga the 1.5 billion sa P3 na nakasaad po dito. Yun pong ginagamit ngayon under the Bayanihan 2. We still have 5.3, I think the balance of the about 2 to 3 billion. That is really for micro SMEs, pero ito po actually more for the tourism sector na talagang malaking impact din hanggang ngayon. And those are the microfinancing part. Now we have also the livelihood kit part, which is really more of a grant. And sa tingin po natin, this is also what is very needed or relevant because we also realize na sa panahon po ngayon, yung iba ho ayaw naman mangutang na natatakot sila, mas gusto nila yung grant na pambenta, panghanap buhay. So I think this is where maybe we will need really some support on livelihood kits. Sa ngayon po, ang maganda ho, at least nadagdagan po ang ating pondo doon. Dati, for 2021, alala ko po ang ating budget doon ay about 203 million pesos na naubos naman ho kaagad yon. For 2022, ang nakaproposo ay 1 billion. At least nasama po ang 1 billion sa NEP. So yun po, meron ho tayo doon.
Ilan po ang nakikita nating target beneficiaries? So may nabanggit po kayo na about 2 to 3 billion for pautang, merong about 1 billion for livelihood, meron pang another 1.5. So you're looking at, ang nabanggit ninyo is about 4.5 billion. Is that enough? Ilan ba ang ating target beneficiaries? Sa pagkakaalam ko, there are about 1 million MSMEs that are registered. Tingin ko ang estimated na unregistered ay aabot ng 6 million. So palagay ko mga 7 million total ang MSME sa buong bansa. Ilan po ba dyan ang makakaasa po ng assistance sa taong 2022?
Well, sa atin hong programa ngayon, given assuming we have a close to 5, pagsasama-samahin yung pautang at yung livelihood, sa 5 billion, around 500,000 ho ang matutulungan. Or even less. Kasi pag more than 10, dinivide ko lang sa 10,000. Pag more than 10,000 na ho ang pangangailangan, tulad ho yung iba, ang inihiram ay 20,000, 30,000. So, it would be about 500,000 or less. So, and I agree po, tama ho yung inyong numero na sa unregistered pa lang may 6 million. At ito po yung talagang unang tinamaan dahil ito ho hindi registered, walang-wala po yan, maliit na maliit lang kanilang kabuhayan. So kung tayo po ay magta-target man lang kahit 1 million sa 10,000, siguro 10 billion ang maybe ideal. No? Yun po ang numero.
So nakakalungkot po, Mr. Chair, na wala pang 10% ng mga maliliit na negosyo makakaasa ng tulong dahil sobrang liit ng pondo ng department. And at the same time, maliit din yung scale ng assistance, no? Kasi lumalabas halos 10,000 lang ang nakikita niyong assistance na maibigay na obviously kulang na kulang. Kaya lalo na po akong nababahala dito sa observation na napakaraming pondo naman ang hindi nagamit ng TESDA. So pwede ba natin malaman sa TESDA kung can you confirm that your unobligated funds out of the 2020 GAA ay umabot ng 2.2 billion and yung undisbursed naman ay 2.1 billion. So kung isusuma total natin yan, 4.3 billion out of the 2020 GAA ang undisbursed or unused. Is that a correct number? And pwede rin po ba malaman kung ano po ang unobligated at undisbursed mula sa 2021 GAA?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, for the information of the chairman and the honorable members of the Appropriation Committee, we have a total of 6.08 billion pesos scholarship broken down by TWSP, and that is 2.247 billion. PESFA, that is 195 million pesos. STEP, 557 million pesos. UAQT, that is the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education, that is 2.421 billion pesos. And we have the RESP, which is 658,000.
Mr. Chair, can we just ask for one number? Kung magkano po yung unutilized out of 2020 GAA?
Well, for this year, for this time, Your Honor, we have a disbursement of, we have an obligation of 5,291,339,000, and a disbursement of 4,195,854, or is a we have an 87 obligation, and the disbursement at 79%, Your Honor.
Yung unutilized, yung hindi na obligate at hindi na disburse, magkano po yun? Tama po ba na 4.3 billion?
Well, for the past year, Your Honor,
2020.
2020,
Opo.
it's fully utilized, Your Honor.
Magkano po?
Fully.
So mali po yung nabasa natin sa COA report. Ayon sa COA report, merong 5.21 billion unutilized.
Kong Stella, last point. You've exhausted your 5 minutes.
Sige po, I'll just Just one more point, no? Mas nakakabahala kasi, Mr. Chair, yung nabasa natin na DBM report tungkol naman sa 2021 budget ng TESDA na 9.9 billion ang unobligated at 2 billion ang undisbursed. So kung bibilangin po natin yung dalawa, 11.9 billion yung hindi pa po na-disburse. Ang total budget po ng TESDA for 2021 is 14.6. So ibig sabihin po nun, 81% ang hindi pa po nagagamit. Setyembre na po ngayon, no? So you only have 3 more months to disburse itong napakalaking pondo. So nakakabahala kasi on one hand, napakakaunti ng pera na nakalaan sa DTI para sa ating maliliit na negosyo. But on the other hand, yung pondo natin para sa training, na sinasabi mismo ni Secretary Lopez na ito ang isang paraan para maging COVID responsive ang ating small businesses, ay hindi naman natin nagagamit. So yun po yung aking tanong. So paki-confirm lamang po yung fund status ng TESDA for 2021 and at the same time, paano po natin marireverse ang sitwasyon na yan? Dahil nakakalungkot po, napakaraming wasted funds and at the same time, napakarami pong nagsisisarahan ng mga negosyo.
Thank you, Kong Stella. I can get back to you after we do the first round. But
Thank you,
Sexid,
Chair.
yes, I suggest that we answer this query because it's important. This is about the utilization of the funds allocated to you. And if true, ang laking porsyento nito na hindi pa nagagamit. So baka you can clarify on the report and the numbers that Congresswoman Kimbo has mentioned.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, our record states that as of August 31, 2021, our utilization rate of the 2020 TESDA scholarship programs is at 99.5%. And a disbursement of obligation is at 99.5%, and a disbursement of 67.1%, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, parang hindi nagre-reconcile yung mga nababasa kong report mula sa DBM at COA at sa mga naririnig po natin ngayon. Is it possible po for them to just submit to us all of these reports para po mapag-aralan natin ng mabuti para in time po for the plenary
Sige.
debates? Maraming
So-
salamat po.
Yeah, the chair will act on the request of Congresswoman Stella Kimbo. We direct TESDA to prepare a detailed report regarding the utilization of funds that was allocated to your agency. And the same copy will be furnished to Congressman Kimbo and the Committee on Appropriations. And until such time that we receive this report, the budget will be considered until we hit plenary. So, Secretary Sid La Peña, yung detailed report lang dun sa utilization at napakahalagang usapin po yun.
Yes, Your Honor, we will comply.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now recognize Christopher De Venecia from the majority. Kong Tof, are you online?
Kaya nga. Hindi, submit na lang tayo.
Wala ba?
Online.
If Christopher, if Congressman De Venecia is not yet online, I will recognize Congressman Hector Sanchez from the majority. Congressman Hector Sanchez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Congressman. Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues. First, I would like to congratulate and commend the good Secretary, Secretary Ramon A. Lopez, and the DTI family for your excellent performance. And just imagine with this uh, pandemic time, you were able to perform a very good. Uh, so, with this, Mr. Chairman, may I manifest my strong support to their budget of for 2022. My first question, Mr. Chairman, in view of the upcoming implementation of further devolution owing to the Mandanas-Garcia ruling enumerating programs, projects that will be devolved to LGUs, like Negosyo Center, shared service facilities, project, national and regional trade peers, and OTAC next generations. Has DTI devised a proper strategy in helping shape local government units be equally effective partners of entrepreneurs, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor?
DTI.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you po. Salamat po, Your Honor, Congressman Sanchez. Of course, it will really depend on the extent of the support that we can still do at such time. Ang alam ko po, pinag-uusapan ngayon yung devolution plan, which will cover several years. It will not be a one-time devolution of many of the programs because sa totoo po, marami ho talagang programa tayo nasa on the ground. In fact, masabi ko lang din ho, even wala tayong budget sa mga barangay dahil ang DTI ay hanggang provincial lamang, what we did, nag-partner pa tayo sa mga barangay officials, barangay chairman, para lang magkagawa ng mga seminar at the barangay level. So parang in-extend lang ho natin doon. So ang mangyayari lang nakikita ko, wag na-devolve yan, wala na ho kaming magagawa masyado doon. We will be left with more of, I guess, policy and program coordination at the provincial level. So, and that will happen also if there is a corresponding devolution of the fund and the manpower, the resources. So, how we wish we can still be actively involved, but at such time, I guess that is the part of devolution. What will be critical is that all these programs that we may have at the national and regional can really be replicated. In other words, aligned pa rin. For example, when we talk about teaching and trying to empower our kababayans ng entrepreneurship skills,
Yes.
entering all these things, sana magawa pa rin, ma-replicate sa LGU level. So that, so paniwala ko naman with a right, like a franchising system that we can do, and maybe I think it's a matter of developing that system that can ensure proper devolution. And if we can do this over time, so that proper adjustment can be done, I think it's still possible po, Kong Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My second question, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
you may proceed, Congressman Sanchez.
under the DTI OSIC program and the Industry Development Program, may I know whether the program includes the development of abaca industry, its utilization as industrial raw material in its commercial production, as mandated under Republic Act 9242, which is the Philippine Tropical Fabric Law. Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
DTI.
Yes, Chairman, Mr. Chairman. Kong Sanchez, we really tackle all industries, especially ito ho, right now we have a system called National Industry Cluster. Hello. centers wherein we are able to integrate different uh, agriculture products and its value add uh, downstream industries. So in other words, hindi lang sa production po kasi that's under DA, but the processing and converting them into higher value products, this is where DTI comes in. So lahat po diyan tinutulungan ho natin, whether maging abaka, coffee, cacao, bamboo, there are special programs so that are part of that industrial cluster. So lalo na hong abaka, one of our first industries yan. So meron po tayo dyan na suporta.
Sana po, Secretary, because my province produces 87% of abaca fiber and considered as the first world-class fiber in the world. So sana po mabigyan ng pansin po ito, Secretary. That's all, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Congressman Hector Sanchez. The chair will now recognize Congressman Ferdinand Gaite from the minority.
Thank you, Chair Suarez. Isang magandang hapon sa ating lahat, sa ating kapitapitaga mga kasamahan sa Kongreso, ang ating mga resource persons led by Secretary Lopez of the DTI family. Isang magandang hapon. Consistent with the questions of our two Congress representatives, related ito, no? Because ang concern ni Kong Stella at Kong Hector sa aking mga katanungan ay may kaugnay dahil nabanggit na nga po na sa kasulukuyan, ang isa sa mga priority programs, especially in this pandemic, is yung support to MSMEs, which I believe is a laudable program, considering that ito yung kailangan nating ma-generate, kailangan natin makapag-generate ng support for the development of goods and services, including, of course, yung job generation. You know? But na-raise ni Kong Hector yung isang problema regarding devolution. We would like to have an MSME revolution, but we have now a devolution. And I would like to inform the good secretary that a week ago, I was fortunate enough to have a Zoom conference with many of your employees and officials. At isa lang yung kanilang concern, yung problema nga ng devolution services. Nabanggit ko po yung ilan, at nabanggit ni Kong Hector, no? Yung ilan sa mga affected. And these are all concerned with the MSMEs support and assistance, no? Negosyo centers, shared service facilities, OTOP, even the comprehensive agrarian reform program will be affected. And as I understand, the agency, the DTI, has already submitted its devolution transition plan as required to the Committee on Devolution. Ang isang nakapaalarma dito, una sa programa, and of course yung epekto sa according to sa nakuha naming report, about 2,541 employees may be affected with the devolution plan. Aprobado na po ba ng DBM ang inyong sinumpiteng PTP o Devolution Transition Plan, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Secretary Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon po, Kong Gaite. I was told na hindi pa raw ho na-approve ng DBM but nakasubmit na ho tayo doon. So, pinag-aaralan po ang ating devolution plan.
Sa na-share ng ating mga kasamahang empleyado, of course the union, yung DTI Employees Union, nabanggit sa amin na meron kayong appeal na ginagawa dahil nakita niya nga yung kahalagahan nitong support sa MSMEs, no? And according to Executive Order 138, ito po yung order ni Pangulong Duterte regarding the devolution, you see that you have justifications on your basis for stating that these programs, such as the negosyo centers, the shared service facilities, the OTOP, the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, among others, need not be devolved because this will have an impact on the uh, general program being prioritized by the DTI. At nakita nga na posible, and you said it succinctly, wala na yung bola sa inyo. Yung bola nasa LGU. And of course, yan yung problem. If the LGU does not believe in the program in terms of promoting these programs, funding these programs, providing for resources for these programs, sa tingin nyo ba napapanahon itong devolution na to, considering that we have to support our MSMEs in this time of crisis, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Mon.
I guess my personal view po, kung Gaite, is that kung namamanage na mabuti ng isang ahensya up to the implementation in the different parts of the country, mas maganda ho talaga yung aligned yung mga programa from the top to the bottom. Because tama ho yung sinabi ninyo, may advantages ng devolution. Although nakita rin po natin may mga devolution na nangyari po sa ibang mga ahensya many decades ago na ang polisiya at programa at the top ay hindi na bumababa at the provincial. Iba nang ginagawa sa municipality level or sa city level. So, yun lang po ang medyo risk na nakikita natin doon. Pero maganda ho kung aligned naman ng programa, wala hong problema. So, kung kami po, ang tatanungin, yung amin hong mga programa kasi yung karamihan po doon actually part of other laws. Tulad doon nung pag-establish ng mga negosyo centers. In fact, ang experience din po namin doon, we work closely with the LGU. So it's working very well sa tingin namin. Very responsive sa requirements sa bawat locality because kapartner ho ng mabuti yung LGUs. So what I'm saying po is that may efficiency din po na nanggagaling pagka centralized. Kasi yung centralized system naman natin, down there, may regional din siya, may provincial din siya. But everything is aligned. Pag na-devolve po, ibig sabihin talagang makakat at certain level and it will be up to local government. So at the end of the day, it will be dependent on the local government level if they will be aligning their programs with the priorities, the technologies, shall we say, the best practices at ng national na magagamit din or magagawa din sa baba. So yun po yung big question po sa atin lahat. So maganda talaga lang dito magkaroon ho ng transition para ho talagang ma-perfect muna yung system. Maybe over 5 years para talaga ng kalinawagan. Nasa pag-devolve ay ma-maintain yung efficiency and alignment of programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Congressman Gaita, before you proceed, just so that you don't lose your line of thinking, Congresswoman Kulyamat was kind enough to give you her 5 minutes. So you have an additional 5 minutes to continue with your interpolation. Congressman Gaita.
Thank you, Chair Suarez. So, thank you, Kong Kulyamat also. So, yung nga po yung isang concern ng tinatawag ito, no? Sabi nga nila if it broke, why fix it, no? If it is nakakapagbigay na ng direktang serbisyo, lalo sa ating mga mamamayan, through the support of DTI at the ground level, regional and provincial level, then posibleng malaking disruption itong devolution. And unfortunately, Secretary, you're not given 5 years, you're given 2 years. So 2022 according to Executive Order 138, you only have until 2024 to fully devolve these programs, no? And we shared the same concern that dahil iba-iba nga ang prioridad ng ating mga LGUs, maaring mapunta to sa back burner, meaning hindi na ito ang gawing priorities. And of course, other than the programs, which I believe can help in the economy, especially during this pandemic, in the senyo kanina, yung mga iba't ibang SMEs, especially those addressing the pandemic, no? Yung development ng mga locally made masks, shields, etc. Magandang normally ganun naman talaga mag-start, no? With the DTI, you provide hand-holding assistance, no? Ay, bawal na pala hand-holding ngayon kasi may COVID. Pero biro lang. Pero ang isang fear ko po, yung at concern ng ating mga employees, there are 2,541 employees who may be affected by the devolution. 487 are regular, and please inform this representation if they will actually be devolved. There are 102 contractual workers, ito po yung may employee-employer relationship, and 1,361 job orders and contract of services. So may 591 pa na other LGO na nasa LGUs. So Mr. Chair, other than the effect on the program, yung effect din sa mga empleyado, and I understand you've heavily invested on our workers or employees. You've karamihan yata ang tawag nyo sa kanila ay business negosyo consultants or advisors, no? So na-develop nyo yung kanilang kakayanan, nag-undertake sila ng mga trainings, and they're actually sought after. At balita ko, because of the uncertainty of what will happen to them, napipirata na po sila ng ibang ahensya, whether in the public or private sector. So ano ho ang tingin nyo na considering that DTI has been into these programs for probably decades, and now it will be devolved without any assurance na ito ay absorbed ng LGUs, what measures are being taken in again addressing itong mga empleyado nating posibleng ang mawala? Nabanggit nyo yung ilang possible solutions on promoting this with the LGUs, but of course, it will be practically up to them if they will adopt the program or not. But ang isang problema, concretely, ay yung mga empleyado, yung personnel. Meron ho bang measures na ginagawa ang DTI management para maprotektahan yung ating mga empleyadong posibleng ma-devolve? Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary.
DTI.
Okay. Alright. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Kong Garte. Ang original position ho talaga ng DTI, kung pwede nga ho talagang panatiliin yung current arrangement para ho we have better implementation, efficiency implementation sa programa. At tama ho kayo, yung impact sa tao, hindi natin ho masasagot yon. Depende ho talaga sa gagawin sa ultimately yung sa devolution. At kung ang normally ho kasi sa devolution, kasama nung trabaho, yung tao at yung resources. Kung ang resources ay sinasabing manggagaling na sa locality at ang tao, talagang yung trabaho ay dapat i-devolve. But if ang mahirap po doon, hindi po kontrolado ng DTI yung magiging move na rin pagdating sa resources at saka sa tao. So it will really be dependent on that, Mr. Chair. In the meantime, ang proseso po ngayon ay ongoing, continuing consultation on the matter dahil tama ho yung mga concern po ni Congressman Gaite na ngayon ho nakaalanganin pa pagdating sa manner of devolving the manpower and also the kind of work, no, that will be done also in the devolution. Unfortunately,
So,
kung Gaite, kahit sabihin ko sana wag, baka out of our control ho siguro yon. Kung ang resources ay tatanggalin na sa amin, mapipilitan tayong magkaroon ng arrangement for the devolution. But if we will be able to keep the resources, syempre po, i-keep din natin ang tao at yung trabaho, gagawin talaga natin.
yes, Mr. Chair, as I understand, about 688 million will be the amounts that will be reduced from the NEP kung ihahambing doon sa 2021 na daan of these five programs. Kaya po malaking kawalan talaga ito para sa programang nakapag-devolve na hindi pa nga malinaw yung kakayanan, yung absorptive capacity of the LGUs to provide such programs, and more so, yung mga employees. As you probably know, Secretary, Mr. Chair, the options given to the employees are not so bright, no? Sinasabi na if there's an opportunity for them as option one to remain in the agency, provided merong vacancy, good. But if not, wala. To transfer to the executive offices other than the DTI, again, may option sila, pero again, that is slim. To be transferred or absorbed to the LGU, again, that is also a problem. Because as it is, marami na ngang contractual workers and JOs sa mga LGU. And I would presume, uunahin ng mga LGUs, yung mga personnel na nandun na rin sa kanilang mga ahensya. Kaya yung mga empleyado natin na 2,541, sabi nga nung kasamahan natin during the hearing, kayo po ay very lean na ng inyong ahensya. And most of these regular employees, although they are not assigned to this permanently to this negosyo centers, shared facilities, and other programs, they're doing other functions for the DTI proper. Kaya ang kwento naman, they will not be directly affected. But of course, the concern ito yung mga JOS-US. Sana po may mas klarong plano para sa kanila because atubili na rin talaga sila. I hear their plaint course to our regular employees na tulad nga ng banggit, malaki na in-invest ng departamentos para sa kanila only to be reduced into the situation where they have no assurance whether the program will continue or not. So, ang ano lang po, ang panawagan po ng kinatamang ito, kami po'y sumusuporta na sa isang panawagan, and I think this was aired during the conference, no? They were pushing that DTI be exempted, okay, from the devolution. What is the position of the Secretary regarding this plan? I-exempt daw from the devolution for the meantime, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary Mon, before you proceed, Congressman Gaite, you have exhausted the 10 minutes that
Yes.
was added to you. So
Thank you, Chair. Tapos ano na po ko, wrapping up.
thank you very much. Secretary Mon Lopez, please answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Congressman Gaite. Tama po. Yan po actually ang original position namin. Dahil sa napakaliit naman naming budget at manpower resources, at least kung pwedeng ma-exempt kami, yun ang original naming naging position. At tama rin ho kayo na malaki na training at investment na nagawa sa mga kasama natin, lalo na sa mga negosyo centers, yung mga business counselors, at pati na rin sa mga tauhan din sa regional offices dahil sa tuloy-tuloy nating mga training. So yun po ang ating position.
Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you po.
Mon.
So, final manifestation, Secretary, Mr. Chair, so ako'y naniniwala na sa panahon ngayon ng pandemya, more than ever, we need the development of our MSMEs. The TTI does support these programs at kailangan mas madagdagan nga ang budget nila para tuloy-tuloy na maipatupad itong programa, lalo na yung mga local demand of basic goods, addressing the problem of the pandemic and other requirements. So maraming salamat sa inyong pagsagot, Secretary. in the proper time, we will request that we will move for the budget to be restored pre-devolution phase. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Gaite, and we appreciate your support for the budget of Department of Trade and Industry. The chair will now recognize the committee chairman on the Committee on Trade and Industry, Congressman John Ray Chanco, for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my dear colleagues, and good afternoon, Secmon, and to DTI family. Chair, please allow me to make my manifestation in relation to the proposed 2022 budget of DTI. At the onset, I'd like to recognize the efforts that have been done by the DTI, especially during these trying times, to aid and support the industries and provide more resources of livelihood to our people. To the DTI and its attached agencies and corporations, and Secretary Mon, maraming salamat po. I'd also like to reiterate the sentiment of most of our colleagues here in the House that the DTI can be such a powerful instrument to help jumpstart our economy. With that, it becomes necessary to equip them with the resources to do so. Although the proposed budget of DTI for 2022 has increased by around 17% from its budget under 2021 GAA, it may still be noted that it is 42% less than the budget initially proposed by the DTI. At this point, our continuing battle against the pandemic, we have come to realize that we will be dealing with this for quite some time. Thus, it is essential that we already invest in systems and programs which will reboot our economy. Alam naman natin na hindi magiging madali at mabilisan ang pagbalik natin sa pre-COVID times. Ngunit, kung ngayon pa lang sisimulan na natin ang mga initiatives, mas kaagad-agad na mararamdaman ng ating taong bayan that there is a better life after the pandemic. We understand from DTI that it has a total of 47 project proposals which will not be funded under its current proposed budget for 2022. Among others, these include Enhanced Consumer Protection Program, Creative Industries Development Program, Logistics Measurement and Analysis Portal, Disaster Preparedness, Response, Recovery and Rehabilitation Program for Business Establishments, Philippine Storefront for Amazon, Product Sampling Project, and National Competitiveness Program. These projects will need around 1.6 billion pesos. With that, I seek the help of this honorable committee to broaden the capacity of DTI in helping our economy and our people through augmenting its budget. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman John Ray Chanco, for your manifestation. I'm sure the good secretary will take note of this and will fully support the initiatives and advocacies of our dear chairman. Next on our list, the chair recognizes Congressman Franz Castro from the minority.
The chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me at the session hall?
Good afternoon, Congresswoman Castro. Yes, you may continue with. You may start with your interpellation.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues, and of course to the DTI family. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. So yung una pong comment ko talagang sa 2022 budget hindi talaga sapat o kulang yung ayuda natin para sa MSME. Considering na marami po talagang libo yung apektuhan dito sa pandemya. Okay? So yun po katulad halimbawa ng mga yung mga programa sa MSMEs na talagang ang laki ng cuts dito sa mga budget natin. So noted, Mr. Chair, yung budget para doon sa shared service facilities project, no, 87.46% yung kaltas. Tingin ko ito yung makakatulong sana ito doon sa mga MSMEs. But anyway, nagmanifest naman po yung ating chair sa Committee on Trade na matulungan tayo, no, sana madagdagan. Unang tanong, Mr. Chair, napansin ko lang po doon sa budget, Mr. Chair, itong pangkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa. Wala po ito sa budget ng 2021, tama po ba ako? Pero nasa 2022 budget po na 1 billion. Kasi po may report po kayo dito, Mr. Chair, na ginawa ninyong pantulong doon sa programa ng NTF-ELCAC. Saan po galing yung yung budget niyo sa pangkabuhayan, sa pagbangon at ginhawa? Kasi wala po akong nakita nun sa 2021 budget. Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Mr.
DTI.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, Congresswoman Castro. Yun pong programa ho na yon ay isinulong dahil po more of calamity fund. But the same system, it's a livelihood seeding program doon sa mga maliliit na negosyo na naapektuhan, let's say, ng isang malaking kalamidad, lalo na po yung mga malawak na bagyo, impact ng bagyo sa, let's say, minsan 1 or 2 regions or mga ibang probinsya. So yun po tuloy-tuloy ang mga kalamidad din tulad ng mga sunog at nung dati rin po mga pailan-ilan yung kalamidad dahil sa lindol. So ito ho ay pondo na idinagdag sa DTI dahil kami po yung marunong magpamahagi ng livelihood kits. So I think nanggaling po ito sa Calamity Fund. Ito po yung dinala doon sa mga nationwide ho actually. Hindi po ito yung sa NTF-ELCAC. Meron po kaming hiwalay na budget na pang livelihood sa NTF-ELCAC na report ko kanina.
Okay, Mr. Chair, no? Pwede po ba akong bigyan ng report nitong pangkabuhayan at pagbangon at ginhawa? Kasi kung galing kasi parang DSWD, no? Parang mandato na ng DSWD po yung ginampanan ninyo. So, pwede po bang makakuha yung source nitong fund na to ng 2021? At paano po ito ginasto, saan ginamit po ito? Kasi wala sa budget natin, Mr. Chair. Pero meron siya sa 2022 na budget. So, mabigyan nyo rin po ako ng plano ninyo, no, dito sa 1 billion. Kasi mahalaga po na 4 billion lang po yata yung budget natin sa MSMEs. Pero itong 1 billion na ito, wala itong details kung paano gagamitin. Kaya tingin ko po ito ay parang ano po ito kasi parang pork-like na budget dahil wala po ito sa plano. Wala po itong detalye, Mr. Chair. Ganon din po yung Rural Agro-Enterprise Partnership for Inclusive Development o Rapid Growth. Okay? So, meron po itong 111,899,000. Tumaas po ang budget nito, Mr. Chair, 637.03. So, pwede po ba akong mabigyan ng plano ng DTI kaugnay nito at yung performance nito noong 2021?
Okay, Mr. Chair. So, pwede po, Congresswoman Castro, para ho sa informasyon ninyo, kapanatagan ng inyong ay actually ito hong mga budget na to hindi ho ganun kalaki at ito ho talagang napupunta lamang doon sa kung sino ang tinamaan ng kalamidad. Unfortunately, hindi ho, so ang pinakaplano nito, it's a fund that is a calamity fund na kung saan tatama yung calamity, hindi ho mapoprogram yan kung saang lugar, kung sino ang pagbibigyan, dahil kung saan po talaga tatamaan sa darating na taon. So, yun po yun. Doon. Pagdating po sa rapid.
Sige po, Mr. Chair, panatag din po ako kapag ma-account nyo rin po ito kasi hindi lang para sa akin ito, makikita rin po ito ng ating mga mamamayan. Hindi lang po ako, hindi lang po ako, ako lang yung interesado dito. Kasi kung titignan nyo po, kung saan man po ito galing, kung titignan nyo po, parang trabaho na ito ng DSWD kung sakali, Kasi, Mr. Chair, sa report na nababasa ko, rin po sa pangkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa, parang ginamit din po siya sa mga NPA, yung mga returnees. Marami po dito, Mr. Chair, no, yung mga packages. Magkakaiba po yan. Halimbawa sa province ng Aurora, 50K ang ibinigay doon sa mga returnees. Misamis Oriental, 5K to 8K. So iba-iba po yan, Mr. Chair, may mga 10,000 po na ginamit din ayon dun sa report ng PNA, report po ng iba pang mga nakikita natin sa Kalinaw News, 5 former NPA daw po rebels ang binigyan ng negosyo kits from this pangkabuhayan. Meron din pong 50,000 worth ng negosyo kits na nanggaling dito sa pangkabuhayan. Kaya yung sinasabi nyo po na mga kalamidad, parang hindi ko po nakikita sa mga news or hindi ko po nakikita sa mga Facebook kung meron man. So, bigyan niyo po kami ng kalinawan dito, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, yes, bibigyan po namin kayo ng kalinawan dito in terms of source at saka kung saan ho ginamit. Sige po. Again, tawag din ho kasi dun sa napunta sa mga former rebels ay pangkabuhayan. Pero iba pa ho yun sa pangkabuhayan sa pagbangon at ginhawa. At any rate, ibibigay po namin sa inyo yung full report. Pati dito sa yung sa Rapid program actually sa foreign assisted project. At meron po tayong counterpart funding dito pagdating sa mga training, lalo na sa mga micro SMEs. So, mabibigay ho namin ang programa na ito.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi ang daming paulit-ulit na ganito mga programa sa iba't iba.
Kong Franz,
Yes.
last note, you have 20 seconds left of your 5 minutes, so please wrap up your interpolation.
Okay, kung abutin po ako ng time, Mr. Chair, mag-second round po ako. Sa TESDA po, Mr. Chair, ito yung transfer ng 160 million from the central office to the regional office. So, kulang daw po ito ng proper authority and guidelines according to the COA report. Yung funds po ay posibleng posible po itong misuse or misappropriation. Actually, these funds are intended for the use of NTF-ELCA created by EO70 ng TESDA. Pwede po bang maipaliwanag ng TESDA, Mr. Chair? So, bakit po nangyari ito? Yung pagka-transfer ng 160 million na pondo ng TESDA dinala sa NTF-ELCA sa bawat regions.
Thank you very much, Congressman Castro, for your final question. Yes, Secretary La Peña.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the report coming from the COA of the transfer of 160 million to the National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict. Actually, that is the observation report of COA, which was given during the exit briefing. The COA conducts a regular COA audit for the agency, and towards the end, they have an exit briefing. And the one that was seen in the report is the observation COA observation report. And during that exit briefing, we have made our response. And our response, which is also included in that annual, it's called the Consolidated Annual Review report of COA. That is the CAR. And in that report, we also made the clarification, and it's there. And we said that there was no downloading of, or there was no transfer of funds to the National Task Force to end the local communist armed conflict. At these are the scholarship that is usually used for the people that needs training assistance. And this included here are the indigenous people, those who are from the far-flung areas, the geographically, those in the marginalized people, which we usually attend to even before the creation of the NTF-LCAC. And when the NTF-LCAC was created, so we have this also included in the overall effort of government to be implemented in convergence, because it will be more effective if the training that we have is done with in convergence with the other government agencies, such as the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Trade and Industry, at even the other agencies that are involved in lifting the livelihood of our people in the hinterlands. At ito po yung ginagawa ng TESDA with other government agencies. Kasi we do, for example, in a tribal community, when we introduce agri-crop production and to make their land productive, ito ay on the training side, it is TESDA. Pero yung iba naman na mga supply, for example, yung seedlings, yung mga livestock, that comes from the Department of Agriculture. Is done in convergence. But ito po yung ginagawa natin. It's the usual service that we do para sa mga kababayan natin sa malalayong lugar na hindi usually nararatnan ng mga serbisyo ng gobyerno. Now we are doing it. At ako ay natutuwa naman na yung mga lugar na hindi nararating ng serbisyo ng araw ay nararating na ngayon ng gobyerno through the programs that we implement on the ground. So hindi po yan i-transfer sa National Task Force to in the local communist armed conflict. It remains with TESDA, at ito ay ini-implement natin through scholarship. At yung nakita sa report, pag-transfer sa mga iba-ibang regions, by regions kasi yan, so hindi sa LCAC. Although it is ang imprint
Chair, Mr. Chair,
dahil
Mr. Chair,
Congressman
can I make
Castro,
a final
sorry, Congressman Castro,
comment dun po
pwede
sa
po
sinabi
kitang balikan
ni
sa next round?
sinasabi ng TESDA po.
Yep.
Kasi sinasabi po transfer, pero parang inamin naman na transfer po. At malinaw po sa COA report, no, yung legal basis ng pagdadala sa mga regions for EO1, EO70, NTF-LCAC. Sige po, mamaya po magsa-second round po ako, Mr. Chair.
Okay, dahil napakalakas niyo po sa akin, Congresswoman Castro, papayagan ko po yung last question ninyo. So, Secretary La Peña, please answer the questions of Congresswoman Castro.
as I said earlier, Your Honor, that there was no transfer to the National Task Force. And it is the downloading done was to the TESDA regional offices for implementation of those scholarship. Those are scholarship, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, kuha na lang po tayo ng report.
Yes, and can you also prepare the same report, furnish the Committee on Appropriations, and also furnish the office of our good Congresswoman Franz Castro?
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ako matanong lang ako sa TESDA. I just want to ask. Previously, we were conducting trainings for a lot of students, and they were provided for certificates. But unfortunately, yung component ng mga gamit at mga equipment, parang na-delay yung pamimigay. So, ang naging net result, hindi masyadong na-maximize nung mga estudyante o nung mga trainees yung training dahil nga wala pa sa kanila yung mga gamit. Nasang status na po tayo dito, TESDA?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, for that question. You are referring to the toolkits that goes with the scholarship, Your Honor. Yan yung sa step. That is, that's the training for employment program, special training for employment program, Your Honor, which has part of the program, scholarship is the toolkit, which will be issued to the graduates so that they will have tools to be used immediately for livelihood or employment after. At ito po yung in the procurement process, doon po nagkaroon ng delay. I decided during my time to transfer the procurement to the PITC. Dahil there was that time when I assumed as the Director General, there was question of the integrity of procurement and TESDA. So I have that transferred to PITC. And in the procurement process, this have the delays. One, the toolkits for 2018 scholarship, nagkaroon ng kaso yan. It's still with the Court of Appeals and or Supreme Court, and inabutan yung expiration ng the validity of the fund. And so the fund of that was reverted back to the Bureau of Treasury. And then yung sa 2019 step naman na Your Honor, ay nagkaroon ng delay because of yung sa mga pre-qualification process. At 9 lots of that ay yung na-delay at na-revert to the Bureau of Treasury, Your Honor. And actually, that's one of those we have asked His Honorable Committee na mai-include yung funds niyan para maibalik sa GAA ng 2022 para ma-realize yung procurement ng mga toolkits na yan at makarating doon sa mga scholarship natin, because that's something that we in government, the TESDA as well as yung mga congressmen natin, nasabi yan na yan ay may kasamang toolkit. So we want to make those words to be good. So we have requested this committee for the inclusion of the reverted funds to the Bureau of Treasuries in the GAA 2022, Your Honor.
Okay. I just want to amplify on an important point. No, yesterday we had DOLE here. Ang sabi ng DOLE, ang underemployment ng bansa ngayon is at almost 20%. Itong ginagawa sana ng TESDA, malaki sanang sagot yon para mabigyan natin ng pagkakakitaan yung mga nawawalan ng trabaho under the informal sector. Now, if we have this problem of delayed equipment, delayed machineries to test the trained individuals, mas makikita natin na lalala yung problema ng pandemya. So, my guidance to TESDA is to make sure that once the trainees have completed their training, certificates are given, nandun na kagad pati yung gamit para wala tayo na aaksayang oras at panahon para mapakinabangan nila. Kasi pagtatagal, baka mamaya yung itinuro sa kanila, nakalimutan na nila, di sayang lang. Di ba, repeat training pa ulit. So, TESDA, can you just make sure that you are on top of this issue? And I expect a detailed report to be submitted to the Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. And in fact, we took back already we have assumed procurement of these items already, Your Honor, with this. We have established a procurement process and the manning of the back as well as the other personnel that are into it. I have overhauled it. We are now conducting procurement very efficiently and fast. And I would say that we will not have a problem in the procurement of these items, Your Honor. Once the GAA comes out and the fund for the STEP is there, we can start procurement already, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Secretary Sid. Before I proceed, no, unfortunately, I was not able to give recognition to the delegation from TESDA because I was under the impression that their budget was to be taken separately. So again, I recognize Secretary Sid La Peña, TESDA DDG Lina Sarmiento, TESDA Director Magdalena Butad, TESDA Director Rosalina Constantino, TESDA Director Angelina Carrion, and of course our former colleague who is now part of the TESDA family, former Congressman John Bertis. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat and welcome to the Committee on Appropriations.
Good
Although
afternoon,
late,
Your Honor.
at least kinilala namin kayo. I will now recognize Congressman Christopher De Venecia from the majority.
Hello, can I now be heard?
Yes, Congressman Toph, we can see you and we can hear you. You can now proceed.
Okay, perfect. Of course, I just wanna say good afternoon and of course my gratitude to the DTI family led by Sec Mon and also the Testa family led by Sec La Peña and shout outs to our favorites, Sec Fita, ED Ria, ED Pauline, DG Barba, and the whole Ipofil family and RD Grace, Baluyan, and PD Natalia for assisting us always. No? My interpolations, Mr. Chair, is on the TR2 programs that were originally proposed. It was at 1.279 billion, but in the NEP it was reduced to 12 million. And these are unfunded programs that are likely to benefit the creative industry. So let's please do everything in our power to fund them. Anyway, I saw that there was a creative industries development program in Tier 2 that was proposed. So thank you for thinking about that. But I'd just like to put on record, Mr. Chair, that through Speaker Velasco, the achieved block endorsed to the DBM 101 million pesos worth of programs for the creative industries. And this excludes programs for SciTem worth 70 million, particularly for a content creation program for our MSMEs and 29 million for the design center for the implementation of the national design policy. However, it's tragic that none of these made it to the NEP. But anyway, for the 19 million tier 2 proposal of DTI for creative industries, which should really be 200 million, can you share with us, Mr. Chair, SecMon, the components of the said program, and if funded, how will this help our creative industry stakeholders?
Secretary Mon, or any representative from DTI you want to be recognized.
Maybe SecMon or you, SecFita?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the delay. I was consulted because we have a number here of 20 million. Good afternoon, Kong De Venecia, Kong Tof. 20 million, and you're correct. We have certain programs, but unfortunately, that 20 million did not make it to the
Yeah.
NDP. dapat ho sa creative SME, startup, freelancers, which is kailangan ngayong pandemya, incubation and digitalization, feasibility studies for creative digital shared service facilities, establishment of Philippine creative industries online registry and interactive website, um, didn't make it to the NEP. But dito po, meron ho kaming additional funding, hopefully, where we put 19 million Creative Industries Development Program, hopefully to revive this proposal. In the Annex A, that was recognized by our chairman of Committee on Trade and Industry, si Kong Chair John Ray Chanco. So hopefully this will be considered.
Yeah, so hopefully mapondon po natin yun, Mr. Chair. Anyway, my next question is another unfunded program. This is phase 2 of the Export Development Plan from 2022 to 2027. So they were proposing 20 million for this, but unfortunately it was unfunded also. As you know, Mr. Chair and the DTI family, Philippines is the leading exporter of creative services in the ASEAN as of the 2018 UNCTAD report. And of course, we're number 5 in the export of creative goods. Secmon has acknowledged this himself in his keynote for the Creative Futures Conference. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, Secmon, if the DTI has factored the export of creative goods and services in the proposed export development plan for 2022 and 2027.
Um, yes, Mr. Chair, Kong Tof, the Venetia, definitely. We always cite right now actually the creative industries and its potential because as part of the export side, these services exports really play a major role despite the lack of support. So that means that we have a comparative advantage. What
Yeah.
more can we, we can really maximize the potential if we are able to support this sector. Kung walang support, nabubuhay ang ating mga providers of services, lalo na pag sinuportahan natin yan. That means that we really have the comparative and competitive advantage in this sector. That's why we really are looking forward to providing support. Support can be in many forms na very useful and kailangan ng ating mga creative sector. Simple things like the latest technology, equipment, computers, and that can allow them to really maximize their creative talents, no? Providing them with all these instruments and tools, and of course, providing them access to the world. Uh, Kaya we really would like to put more emphasis on this. And we have included this, Kong de Venecia, in the SIPP, the Strategic Investment Priorities Plan, that hopefully investments in these areas can also be given the fiscal incentives eligible under the new act on the CREATE. Thank you, Mr.
So that's good to know, Secmon and Mr. Chair. So sana yung phase 2 ng export development plan can be funded no in this 2022 budget. The next item, Mr. Chair, is on the e-commerce Philippines 2022 proposal. It was a proposed funding of 50 million. One of the goals states that it will capacitate MSMEs to participate in the digital economy. So my question, Mr. Chair, is if DTI could possibly expound on how this particular objective will be met, like what capacity building programs can be extended to MSMEs, and if creative industries will be part of the scope. I think that the last question was made clear. So, yun na lang, what capacity building programs can be provided to MSMEs if this e-commerce Philippines 2022 worth 50 million will be funded?
Chair. Yeah, thank
Yes.
you very much for the support, Kong de Venecia. Yes, actually, I was just talking to Yusek Vismonte. Even this e-commerce funding originally was 266 million. That does not include, that would have supported our e-commerce programs. So now we've we've trimmed it down to even 50 million. If we can include this in the additional funding, that will go a long way to support this, because right now it's totally zero funding for e-commerce Philippines. Thank you, Kong.
Pero Mr. Chair, maybe find out from SecMon, like what are the exact capacity building programs that will be provided? Because if I may just share the experiences of the MSMEs in our district, and this is like an advocacy of mine outside of agriculture, tourism, and the creative industries, which is more of like a national advocacy, no? But every time I meet with a small business, I always ask to see their online assets. And most of them, even if they are DTI registered, don't even have Facebook pages. Meron lang silang Facebook accounts, and they receive orders for whatever goods or services they're offering through Facebook Messenger. And then kung may Facebook page naman sila, Mr. Chair, medyo kulang yung content. Um, I mean, kung may logo na nga lang sila, okay na eh. But of course, the logo always needs work. But then in terms of like, the photography, the infographics, even just like if it's a restaurant, having their menu available online, or if it's a business, like having all of their services available for reference for online buyers. Parang all of that is still sort of lacking vis-a-vis yung mga online businesses na talagang nag-sprout dito sa Metro Manila, na talagang, wow, from branding to marketing, communication, modeling, everything, parang it's all accounted for. So I see a disparity here. So I'm just wondering if the e-commerce Philippines program that DTI is proposing accounts for all of this, because that's also why I collaborated with SITEM to propose a Tier 2 funding for a content creation program. Kasi parang that seems to be a very essential component of having your business, register an online presence. So, and interestingly enough, Mr. Chair, those with leading online presences in the district are led by youth and creatives. Yun yung parang from the inception pa lang of their business, they already account for the online presence. They already account for, the logo, the packaging of the goods, and even just like a map to how to get to their establishment. Parang it's germane na to them, it's innate to them. Whereas, of course, MSMEs that are of an older set, yun yung medyo hindi masyadong proficient in this regard. So I'm just wondering if the e-commerce Philippines program accounts for these things.
Thank you very much, Congressman De Venecia. Kong Tof, you have exhausted your 5 minutes. In fact, you even went over up to 6. So that will be your final question for DTI. Thank you very much, Congressman De Venecia.
I'll register for
Secretary.
round 2, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kong Tof de Venecia. Yes, I would like to assure you, eksakto po yung sinabi nyo. That's really part of the e-commerce programs lined up. In fact, eksakto yung your suggestion on helping them on the digital storefront, which is really content creation, so that they can have better representation of their products and market them better than what they have today. And this is really the intention. And internally, we are doing this program with SITEM also, as you mentioned. But some resources necessary, so we are basically not able to do it in a big way. But internally, nagkaroon kami ng discussion po dyan, so that SITEM can help SMEs prepare the digital storefront. Ang mga SMEs na tutulungan natin. Dahil kailangan po talaga yan sa e-commerce. Hindi pwedeng pangalan lang. Even the logo, the menu, the digital, it's like a store place, the photography of it, lahat yan. Actually, nagpagawa kami ng project proposal sa SITEM to help the SME. So, with this, no matter how small the funding, it will go a long way. So, thank you, Kong Tof.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Secretary Mon.
Thank you.
Next, the chair recognizes Congresswoman Arlene Brosas from the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman
Mr. Chair.
Arlene, I just want to point out that your kind colleagues from the minority has allotted you their time, namely Congressman Carlos Zarate and Congressman Caraps Paduano.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will avail my time for Minority Leader Stephen Paduano at the end na lang po. So, Mr. Chair, yung i-avail ko ngayon ay yung time ko.
Yes, you can
And
proceed,
yung,
ma'am. I
yes.
suggest dire-diretso na natin para hindi ka mawala sa line of thinking ninyo. So you can
So,
proceed, Congresswoman Arlene.
Mr. Chair, yung 5 minutes for minority leader ay nasa end talaga siya, Mr. Chair. So, ilagay na lang natin siya. Tawagin niyo na lang po ako sa susunod para doon. Pero yung time ko po ngayon ay gagamitin ko.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May listahan po sa inyo, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on August 29, 2021, the DTI has released a new suggested retail price for basic and prime commodities. Ang pinakatumaas ay ang patis, asin, at corned beef. Mr. Chair, isa sa mga pinaka-importanting issue sa gitna ng pandemya ang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin. Ano po ang basehan ng pagtaas na ito ng DTI?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Secretary Mon Lopez, you can...
Thank you. Salamat po, Congresswoman Rosas. Ang basihan po nito ay ang mga request, appeal ng mga manufacturers na nagsasabing nagtaasan ng kanilang cost to produce dahil po in the past 2 years, since September 2019, atin po silang napakiusapan na kahit nung may mga pending requests noong 2019, we asked them if they can defer their price increases. At umabot na dun sa nagkaroon ng pandemya, lalo hindi sila nakapag-increase noong 2020. So na-defer na po na na-defer. But as you may know also, ngayon pong pandemya, the supply chain disruption, nagtaasan din ang presyo ng mga freight cost, lalo na yung mga cost ng mismong raw material. Kaya ang sa base sa mga computation nila at kinonfirm po ng computation natin sa DTI, ang ginawa po namin na confirm naman na may mga cost increases. Kaya ho talagang yung after 2 years hindi na ho mapigilan yung pag-approve doon sa kanilang mga price increase. Pero ang ginagawa po parati ng DTI sa sistema na yan, yun tulad ng sinabi ko, kinukonfirm ho namin yung cost abroad sa sources. And then, naka-financial model na yan at meron na hong basihan din kami kung ang cost na ni-request ay reasonable or pwede pa naming hatakin pababa. In other words, i-request din natin sila na i-temper yung price increase nila. So, in summary lang po, Congresswoman Brosas, actually ho, meron ho talagang mga hindi na mapigilan na mga increases. Pero ito hong mga nag-announce ng increase, we limit them to generally yung mga malalaking contribution dito na in terms of their sales to total, na limit lang po sa 37% of the total products listed in the SRP. So marami pa rin ho ang hindi nag-increase. 63% ang hindi po nag-increase. 37% at ang kanila pong increase na limitahan din sa around 3 to 5%. In other words, kung titingnan natin yung 3 to 5%, sa isang dilata ng 15 pesos, it's probably, ang range ng mga price increase nila ay less than 1 peso. So, 25 centavos hanggang mga 75 centavos. At may pa ilan, I think may isa o dalawa lang na brand na naglagpas 1 peso. So talaga hong napaka-tinemper na ho ng tinemper ang mga increase na yan. Subalit kami ho, nag-aalala rin kasi pagka hindi pa rin yan pinayagan, ay talaga pong posibleng maapektuhan yung supply sa market, iiwasan po natin ang food shortage, ang mga basic necessity shortage, kung sabihin nilang hindi na sila makaproduce dahil luging-lugi na, ayaw natin magtaas. At yung impact din sa trabaho na naman, na mawawalan na naman ng trabaho, marami na nagsasara ng kumpanya. So talaga hong delicate balance ang ginawa ho natin dito. Kaya after 2 years, in fact dumaan din ng Pasko na marami rin silang request, napigilan din po yon. Ngayong September na, 9 months after the 2020 Christmas, ngayon lang ho talaga tayo na kapagpasan ng ganyan. Kaya sana po maunawaan naman po ng ating kababayan. At yung increase po, 25 centavos to 75 centavos, isang text dalawang text lang ho yata yun, no? So talagang murang-mura na ho yun. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman Rosas, you can continue.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Totoo po yun yung sinasabi ninyo, no, na Mr. Secretary, na actually yun nga, tiningnan nga namin yung corned beef, tumaas ng 250. 250 yung pinakamataas niya eh. Tapos yung meatloaf, 1 peso and 50 cents. Tapos yung actually yung malaki yung sa asin eh, 2.85 yung tinaas niya. Tapos yung condensed milk, evaporated milk, powdered milk, nagsitaas po yan, pati kapin, tumaas. Yung noodles, 0.40. Tapos yung sardinas, 0.50 to 0.75. Buti na lang, hindi umabot ng piso, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ongoing pa po yung pandemic. Ang gusto naming sabihin dito, why did the DTI allow this, yung SRP price adjustments, and since September 2019, hindi niya nga ito in-adjust. Mr. Chair, nasa pandemya pa rin naman tayo ngayon at lalong lumalala pa nga yung krisis ng bansa. Ano po yung kaibahan ngayon? Ano yung special ngayon? Bakit sa gitna ng patuloy na pandemya, itinaas ng DTI ang presyo ng mga bilihin? I understand, sinabi po ni Mr. Secretary kanina kasi sinasabi na sa kanila ng mga manufacturers na rising costs ang inaabot. Pero Mr. Chair, may declaration of national state of calamity tayo and it is still valid until September 12, 2021. At yan po ang dinadaing ng ating mga mamamayan ngayon, Mr. Chair. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, kahit po may declaration of state of national calamity, mag-e-end na po ito sa September 12. Are we seeing na magkaroon pa lalo ng unregulated price spikes in the coming days? Ano po ang pwedeng intervention ng DTI, lalong-lalo na po dun sa mga basic commodity prices kapag nilift na itong Declaration of National Calamity, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Secmon.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. So, Congresswoman Rosas, actually, what we can assure you, after this round ng price increase, wala namang nakabinbin na mga request. Kumbaga, napagbigyan na yung mga request. Actually, mayroong mga humabol, hindi na namin na isama. So, wala naman naka-pending na mga increase. So, ito na po yun. Ngayon, yung sinasabi po nyo, in the middle of the pandemic, talaga mabigat po talaga sa amin. Ayaw talaga namin sana. Kaya lang, sila rin, yung mga kumpanya rin po, may mga trabahador din doon, empleyado. So, hindi inaano rin naman din natin yon. Inaalala rin natin kung magsara yung kumpanya or magbawas ng trabaho ay maaapekto rin sa ating mga kababayan. So, may rin yun may tama. At saka tayo po, wala kasi sa price control mechanism sa ngayon. Yung state of calamity ay tapos na kasi yung ating pong price freeze after 60 days. At yun po, talagang wala naman talagang gumalaw ng hindi lang 60 days. Again, past 2 years. So, kita naman po natin na ito na yung sitwasyon. Anyway, ang DTI po, ang mga SRP naman po, adjustment are coming from the companies. Ang DTI lang ang taga-temper, taga-supil sa pagpigil nito. Pero pagka meron mga panahon tulad ng na-explain natin, mahirap po talagang pigilin na. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Erlin?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the record, Mr. Chair, 2 beses lang tinaas ang sahod sa NCR sa ilalim ng Duterte administration o mula pa noong 2016. nakapako pa rin sa 537 pesos kada araw ang minimum na sahod. Pero ilang beses nang sumirit ang presyo ng mga bilihin mula sa delata, mantika, at maging sa patis at asin. Mr. Chair, sunod-sunod na nagtaasan ang presyo ng mga bilihin kasama na ang mga batayang serbisyo, pero wala pa rin walang taas ng sweldo ang ating mga manggagawa. Nawalan pa nga yung iba ng trabaho. Walang programa para sa ayuda sa ilalim ng 2022 national budget. Lubog at umaaray ang mga consumer, lalo na yung ating mga nanay. Alam niyo po, sa community, hirap po talaga sa pagbabudget sa ganitong samantala, nagtataas tayo ng SRP, nag-a-adjust tayo ng presyo para kanino po? Para sa mga malalaking korporasyon at mga manufacturers. Mas pinapaboran ba ito ng ating gobyerno sa kasalukuyan, Mr. Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, hindi po natin sila pinapaboran. At saka hindi po lahat sila ay malalaking kumpanya. Sila rin po ay mga SMEs at may mga nagtatrabaho din doon. So hindi naman natin pinapaboran yon. It's really, wala ho kasi tayo sa martial law, wala naman tayong price control mechanism na talagang, at saka alam po natin hindi rin nakaka-encourage ng investment yan pagka tayo, ang gobyerno po ay masyadong nakikialam dyan. Siguro po ang ating pong reality dito ay nakita naman natin kung kaano na i-temper ang pagtaas ng presyo. Nasabi po natin 3% to 5% lang yung karamihan sa mga nag-increase. After 2 years, I think nakikita naman natin na hindi ho natin maiwasan. At ang cost ay mas malaking in-increase, 30 plus to 40% ang mga pilihin ng mga component nila. So versus yung in-increase, mas malaki ho talaga yung in-increase sa cost. So wala ho tayo talagang magagawa doon sa nangyaring mga ganito hong mga polisiya or mga development. The least we can do is really temper the cost. But we cannot forever decline yung ganyan po. Kasi nakabase ho talaga sa cost movement yan. So, in fact, nung naalala nyo po nung 2020, dahil nga, again, pandemya pa rin noon. So, pinag-usapan natin, huwag mag-increase ng mga Noche Buena products. So, yun ho, marami hong natuwang mga kababayan natin. Pero sa totoo lang, hindi naman natin pwedeng sabihin na parate, wag na kayo magtataas ng presyo. It's a competition po yan. At least ang isa pong naggagabay sa ganitong mga developments, the competition itself will determine kung mahal yung isang produkto, isang brand, pupunta sila doon sa mas reasonabling presyo para sa kanila. Kaya ho itong mga manufacturer, takot din naman mag-increase yan dahil ang brand nila ay maaaring hindi mabenta pag sumobrang mataas na ang presyohan nila. Then definitely, madali ho ang mag-switch ng brand. Kaya ho, sila rin po ay hindi basta-basta rin nagtataas. Very calculated din po ang mga moves na ganyan. But at certain point, certain prices really are palugi. So they will really have to adjust at certain point in time. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Sekmon. Congresswoman Arlene?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I remember no nag-interpellate ako sa DBCC, napaka-rosy ng macroeconomic reports ng mga economic managers. Tapos ngayon, nag-i-interpellate ako dito sa DTI, apparently, nag-a-adjust sila ng mga presyo at tumataas ang presyo ng bilihin. Hindi ba napaka-contradicting nito, Mr. Chair? Anyway, Mr. Chair, sa MSME assistance, gusto ko lang din sabihin, Mr. Chair, yung mga MSMEs natin, kalakhan ng establishment sa bansa, alam naman natin yung binubuo ng MSMEs. Kaya isa rin sila sa mga pinaka-apektado ng pandemya at paiba-ibang lockdown. The government previously announced that NCR will shift to GCQ with alert level system from September 8 to 30. However, this was revoked. Kung kailan nakapaghanda na yung mga MSMEs at nasabihan na nila ang kanilang mga empleyado sa muling pagbubukas, bigla na namang babawiin ng gobyerno. Mr. Chair, sa ilalim ng 2022 proposed national budget ng DTI, may garantiya ba talaga na mabibigyan ng sapat na tulong para makabangon ulit ang mga MSMEs natin, Mr. Chair?
Uh, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sec.
Okay.
You can ano.
Okay,
Feel free.
thank you. To your question po, Your Honor, Kong Rosas, yung kanina nga po na-discuss natin that we have certain proposals to help MSME, but the budget has been limited. So hindi naman na-approve lahat ng ating pinopose. But of course, we can only do so much. Basta we will work our best kung anong maibigay na budget to the best, to the maximum that's possible. So kung we can help more if there is more budget, we can help less if there is less budget. So, and kanina po ang estimate natin, kung titingnan natin yung naapektuhan na micro SMEs, alam niyo po natin na ang MSME sa atin, ang registered around 1 million plus, ang hindi registered around 6 million. So, if we count the percentage of those that are affected, even right now, yung mga closed, hindi pa yung mga partially closed. Yung nag-close na, under areas ng mga ECQ, pwede siyang umakyat ng mga 16% closure. Kaya ina-attempt natin parating magbukas, magbababa ng community quarantine para makahinga-hinga ang ating maliliit na negosyante at lalo na yung mga nagtatrabaho doon. So if we can only do so much, yung bigger budget for that, mas mabuti ho.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, talagang yung MSMEs, bumubuhay yan sa ekonomiya ng bansa eh. At kapag nagsasara po ito dahil sa iba't ibang quarantine classifications, apektado yung mga manggagawa. Tama po yung sinabi kanina ni Secretary. Napakahalagang mabigyan sila ng tulong dahil bagsak yung kalagayan nila ngayon. Kailangan nila ng subsidyo. Mr. Secretary, hindi utang, no? Mr. Secretary, subsidy para sa MSMEs. Yun ang kailangan ng ating mga MSMEs. At hindi sa pamamagitan ng mga pautang.
Tama po. Mas mabilis tayong makakatulong kung hindi na utang, kung hindi yung atin hong livelihood program. Imaginein po natin yung 5 to 8,000 or i-round off natin sa 10,000 ang matulungan ng bawat nahirapan, at least meron siyang pangkabuhayan, paninda o mga gamit sa pagbukas ng isang maliit na negosyo. At mapapadami natin yung pagka mababa yung amount, 10,000, at mapaparami natin to. So sa 1 million, sa 10,000, 10 billion. So depende na lang kung hindi ganun kalaki ang budget, kung sabihin kalahati, ibig sabihin 500,000 ang matutulungan natin. Pero yun yung subsidy in terms of yung in-kind, hindi po cash yun, mga paninda. Kinaiba po nito kung sa ibang mga programa, mga wage subsidy and all that, talagang ginagamit ho parang dole out, pang gastos sa pang-araw-araw, maubos din kaagad yon. Pero kung ang mindset nila binigay ito sa pang-livelihood, pang-pondo, at dito naman, minsan may pagtutulungan kami ng TESDA, yung na-train ng TESDA, bigyan natin ng maliit na puhunan, meron na silang pangkabuhayan na maitutuloy. We teach them how to fish. Yun, ganun in other words. Maganda ho talaga kung ganun yung programa natin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, ang proposed budget natin for MSME Development Program ng 2022 ay 3 billion 445 267 lamang. Talagang kulang po yan. Ang increase lang yan ay 1 billion from the previous na 2021 GAA. Mr. Chair, marami pong pera doon sa NTF-L Cap, 28.1 billion. Baka pwede po ilagay natin dito, no? Kasi kailangan, tulad po na sinabi ni Mr. Secretary, no? Kailangan natin talaga ibangon yung mga MSMEs natin. At Mr. Chair, ayun, maganda pong pagkunan ng ng budget para sa 2022 at masuportahan yung mga MSMEs. Mr. Chair, Anyway, Mr. Chair, that's the last of my question. Mamaya po for my round, nakalist naman po no, kung pang ilan si ML Stephen Paduano. Doon po ako susunod na magsasalita. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Arlene. The chair now recognizes Congressman Mark Go from Baguio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating mga kasama sa Kongreso at ang pamilya ng DTI at ng TESDA sa pamumuno po ni Secretary Mon Lopez at ni Secretary Sid. Siya po ang gusto ko pong itanong una po sa Office ng Secretary. Dito po sa proposal po ninyo na napapaloob sa NEP, ang total recommendation po ninyo is about sa inyo pong departamento ay more than 11 billion pesos. Pero ang na-approve po ayon sa NEP is 6 billion 782. Ito po ay mababa doon sa inyong recommend, although mas mataas po ito sa budget ng 2021. Apat po yung mga programa na in-identify nyo rito, which are basically the operations of your office. One is exports and investments increased. Yung pangalawa, yung industries development. Pangatlo, yung MSMEs assisted and development. And at the same time, yung pangapat, ito po yung consumer welfare enhancement. Dito po sa na-approve, ayon sa NEP, na 6 billion 600 million, ano po ba yung mga importanteng mga programa na sa inyo po palagay ay maapektuhan nito? At ano po ang dapat gawin namin para matulungan namin kayo na maibalik itong mga itong budget para magawa ninyo itong mga programang ito, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Secretary Mon.
Thank you po. Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon po, Congressman Marco. Doon ho sa mga hindi na napasama sa NEP na around 5 plus billion, amin pong inimay at tiningnan pa ano talaga yung pinaka-critical at minimum amount sanang masuportahan natin at napababa namin yung 5B into 1.6 billion na nabanggit po kanina ng ating committee chairman ng Trade and Industry, si Chairman Chanco. At dito po ang mga major programs ho na hindi napasama na sana mabigyan. Una-una ho yung shared service facility kasi na zero siya dito sa NEP. Pero ito po ang parang tatawag natin na equipment assistance sa mga SMEs dahil ang SME kung minsan ay wala silang kakayanan bumili ng mga processing equipment. So meron tayong programa na bibili ang gobyerno ng equipment at maghahati-hati sa paggamit ang mga SMEs sa lugar na yon. Kunwari ho, calamansi making machine or juicers or powder making machine out of vegetable. Dahil hindi naman sila makakabili ng kanya-kanyang equipment, this will be a shared facility that they can use on a sharing arrangement. And ito po, maraming kooperatiba ang natutulungan nito because it's a project helping a group of, let's say, farmers or food processors. So yun po yung isa, maibalik kahit 200 million noon. Yung kanina pong nabanggit natin sa creative industries, may mga 20 million na sana maibalik doon for the Creative Industries Development Program. Yung mga ating pang-innovation, Regional Inclusive Innovation Centers, that's about 100 million. Of course, more on consumer protection, disaster preparedness. Yun po yung mga major programs lang po yun. Marami pa hong nakalista dito, Congressman Go.
Salamat po, Secretary Lopez. Ang Department of Agriculture, dalawa po ang pinakaimportanteng estratehiya nila para mabigyan ng tulong yung ating mga kababayan, lalo-lalo na po yung mga magsasaka. Ito pong kanilang programang tinatawag nilang modernization at saka industrialization. Napaka-importante po nitong dalawang estratehiyang ito kasi gusto nilang tulungan yung ating mga farmers, hindi lamang yung sila'y magsaka, kundi kailangan ma-process nila itong kanilang mga produkto. Kayo po ba ay nag-uusap ng Department of Agriculture para ito pong kanilang strategy na ito ay pwedeng magsama ang Department of Trade at ang Department of Agriculture in pursuing sort of development in the areas of agriculture and industrial industry, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Congo, ano po, malapit na malapit ho ang aming cooperasyon with the DA. In fact, we have a joint program din. Una-una yung sa RAPID, yung nabanggit kanina, it's Rural Agri-Industrialization Project, kung saan nakakonect na ang mga pinoproduce ng agriculture into processing. Pagdating sa processing, andyan na po ang mga SMEs na tinutulungan na ho ng DTI. So in those kinds of programs, nagkakaisa ho kami sa mga training sa technology, sa equipment, training sa pagmamanage ng negosyo, marketing, product development, and many things. So we have many of those similar collaboration with the DA on production. Sa kanila ang agri-production at sa amin naman po yung processing. And minsan ho, sila rin yung immediate processing. Pwede rin ho kasi yon, yung para lang hindi masira kaagad yung agriculture products. But further processing and converting them into products, that is where DTI comes in. So,
Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Ay napakaganda po niyan yung magkaroon ng partnership ang Department of Agriculture at saka yung DTI. Isa pa pong tanong ko tungkol po dito. Yung pong programa niyong OTAP, One Product, One Province or Municipality, napakahalaga po nito. Actually, sa Baguio, ginagawa na po ito. There was a time when you were there, I came in late because you basically opened it in advance. I think you did it in the morning. But in any case, I have seen the various products that are coming from the different municipalities and provinces of the Cordillera. And we are very proud of this particular effort of our city and the rest of the Cordillera. Plus, of course, we would like to thank you for initiating this in our district. And I hope that this will be also initiated in the other municipalities and provinces of the whole country, Mr. Secretary.
Opo, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Go. Mag-asa po kayo, tuloy-tuloy po yung programa dyan. Dyan po sa OTOP para maging mas marketable ang produkto ng SME kasi hindi po enough na mag-produce sila. We have to make sure that their products are improved and are more marketable. So, salamat po sa lahat ng suporta niyo pag-attend ng mga programa rin ng DTI sa inyong lugar. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Congressman Mark Go.
One more question, Mr. Chair. This is for the TESDA.
Congressman Mark Go, you have 10 seconds left. So,
yeah, I just would like to ask Secretary La Peña if the budget for the implementation of the seaside, this is the Cordillera State Institute of Technical Education Act, is already included in this 2020 budget of TESDA amounting to 13.6 billion pesos, Mr. Chair. If it is not, then I propose that we include it at the right time during probably the plenary, Mr. Chair.
okay, thank you very much, Congressman Mark. Reaction from TESDA.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the funding for the seaside is included in our Tier 2 proposal, and as it was not included in the NEP, although we have included this prior years, but it was not included. That's why in the Tier 2 proposal for 2022, Your Honor, it is included, Your Honor, under the congressional.
Thank you very much.
Just one minor reaction, Mr. Chair. I would like to manifest that we support the inclusion of this budget for the implementation of the law on the creation of the Cordillera State Institute of Technical Education. This is a very important bill that was passed into law since 2018, and it's already 2021 now. And I hope that we can include this in the budget of TESDA in 2022, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Mark Go. Okay. The chair would now recognize Congressman Bonito Singson from the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon ulit, Mr. Chair, and to Secretary Mon Lopez, as well as and your entire team. Magandang hapon po. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the following questions addressed to the department in general. No? In your presentation of the budget, you mentioned that the total exports of the country amounting to 453.87, or exports by the DTI, 453.87 billion for the 5 years covered from 2016 to 2021. Is this correct, Mr. Chair? I'm Chair, Mr. Chair.
DTI.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Congressman Singson. Dito po sa presentation, tama po yun. 453 total exports from 2016 up to May of 2021 when the report was made.
Okay, so on an annual basis, Mr. Chair, would you can you present to us a breakdown from 2016? No? Was there a marked decrease or increase, or from 2016, because you lumped up the figures for the entire 5 years, 2016 to 2021, no? And additionally, does this include the electronic industry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kong Singson, yes, on an annual basis. So yes, first, this includes everything, manufactured goods. At ano po, kasama po ang electronics dun sa manufactured. So ito ho yung exports natin. In fact, electronics would account for over 62% on the average. Lalo na ho recently. From 2016, ang export value po natin ay 57 billion. 2017, 68.7 billion. 2018, 69.3 billion. 2019, 70.9 billion dollars. Lahat po to dollars.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think is this included in your report, no? I presume, no? Breakdown?
Nakahiwalay po ito. So we can submit this data, Your Honor. And
yes, please. So that maybe Congress can be more particular in supporting these various industries, or insofar as legislation is concerned, Mr. Chair. No? Um, my next question is among your listed attached agencies in your website, uh, is the PITC, or Philippine International Trading Corporation, one of these agencies or attached corporation?
Yes, Your Honor. It is one of the attached agency.
Is this the same agency or corporation that has been prominently uh, mentioned in the Department of Health issue
Well,
that is currently being discussed now?
yes, Your Honor. They are from time to time mentioned, but they are not prominently, I would say, or heavily involved in the procurement for Department of Health. But they are a procurement agency, Your Honor. But they,
Well, yeah, I beg to disagree, Mr. Chair, because the testimonies and in these hearings says that about 67 billion has been transferred from DOH to the PITC, and that's the very center of the controversy. So the money has been transferred to PITC, and PITC has been designated as the purchasing arm. In fact, there's an ongoing Senate hearing on this, and also in the House of in the lower house.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, I am not aware of the 67 billion, but maybe we can ask PITC. Maybe over the years, baka yan yung total. I understand PITC is also in the Zoom call, virtual attendance. So if President Almarines maybe can answer the question.
Yeah, I just want a fast and simple confirmation. If this is the same PITC that's being mentioned in the hearings, and that the amount either 67 or 40 plus billion has been transferred to them regarding the purchasing of COVID-19 related response items,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Lopez.
Thank you. Your Honor, Kong Singson, ang feedback ko sa akin, yung nabanggit na 67 billion ay sa PSDBM, hindi po PITC. So baka ho na misinform lang po. Baka ho kailangan tingnan ho natin ulit. Dahil hindi po naaalala yung ganitong kalaking numero na hinahandle po ng PITC. So,
that's right. Kwan, aside from supposedly the transfer of huge amounts, no, it has been said in these hearings, including hearings being conducted by the Committee on Public Accounts, which I chair, is that several corporations, government-owned agencies and corporations, had transferred funds to the PITC, parang parking funds in the PITC. And this is in the billions of pesos, which is making everybody wonder what is so fun with the PITC. No? Who's the head of the PITC, by the way, your Mr. Secretary? I'm Mr. Chair. No?
Okay. Noted po, Mr. Chairman. Kong Singson, yung pong yung sinasabi po ninyo, tama po yun na marami hong agency, kasama ng mga AFP, PNP, on the military side and the non-military side. Many agencies are buying through PITC. At meron hong talagang inabutan na at certain point, yung lumabas ho sa media, na at certain point ay inabutan ng mga around 32 I think middle of last year. As explained po ng PITC, these were in the middle of procurement processes. Maingat po ang PITC, they do a lot of clarifications sa terms of reference with the respective agencies. Doon po usually nagtatagal sa explanation po sa akin at pabalik-balik po ang TOR bago ho talaga na-finalize. Ito po yung TOR for the procurement and the agencies in the end will have to sign on it. So minsan ho, pag nagpalit din ng agency head, minsan tumatagal ang TOR. But nevertheless, because of the issues that were raised, I think last year, sa kanila pong binigyan po natin silang direksyon na apurahin lahat ng mga procurement processes na yon. And if kung nandito yung PITC rep, I will allow him to explain ano na yung status.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, PITC is confirmed that it's under the Department of Trade and Industry, no? And under your, basically under your supervision, Mr. Secretary, no? Going to my next question on the Cooperative Development Authority, Mr. Chair. During one of the hearings in Congress last year, the head of the Cooperative Development Authority promised this dispensation to for him to submit the list of cooperatives in the Philippines. As we found out that the number of cooperatives in the Philippines numbered to 4,000 or 40,000. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, before you answer, Secretary Mon, to Congressman Bonito Singson, you have exhausted your 5 minutes, so we will just wait for the reply of our good secretary, Secretary Mon Lopez.
Mr. Chair, after the answer, short reply lang if ever from the Honorable Secretary. No? One very last suggestion or question. Do you have a program that would help startups like an incubator, business incubator program, no? Wherein startups like, you know, from OFWs coming home with whatever earnings they may have, to guide them properly invest their money. Kadamihan po kasi ng mga OFWs na ganyan, kung minsan naloloko, they're investing improperly. And I think it's a DTI should be principally involved in advising and or guiding para hindi naman humaksaya yung kanilang mga pinaghirapan abroad. Mr. Chair.
Well, given the relevance of the question, and I think it's very important to find out, especially now that we are encouraging entrepreneurs to start their own businesses. So maganda po yung point ni Kong Singson dito. Yung may incubation, quote-unquote, program po ba yung DTI para sa mga ganitong klaseng negosyo? Secretary Mon Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kong Singson, yes, kung startup po na yung as in the SME type of business, we have a lot of programs as I reported earlier. But importante po talaga doon is the entrepreneurship education, which we can say will improve their business models, have it more value-adding, differentiation, all those considerations are part of the overall training program bago sila binibigyan ng suporta in terms of financing. Financing can be in terms of livelihood kits or in terms of microfinancing loans. As to the incubation, if it's more of market incubation, yung pong programa natin na Go Local, OTOP, is meant really to expose their products to the market, directly to the market, so that they can get better feedback as to the marketability of their product, feedback from customers, etc. Now, if ang tungkol naman po sa mga startups na mga new business models na karamihan po involving new technologies, we have also similar programs, but this is more of mentoring, providing them, aside from the seminars, yung acceleration programs, more mentoring from those in the startup industry. And we have a host of programs that will enable, again, new startup business models that are making it big right now when it comes to mga new technology business models. Mr. Chairman.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
very much.
Mr. Chair, but small kwan lang, no? Doon sa mga sinasabi nila na pagtulong, no? Sana po yung DTI meron ng mga templated feasibility studies for small businesses na uugma po doon sa mga konting naiipon ng ating mga OFWs na bumabalik at saka maliliit na negosyante para po makapalaki po sila. Templated feasibility studies in various businesses that are applicable in the provincial setting po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Singson. Yes.
Just a
Sir.
quick answer, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we're happy to note na may mga ganyan tayong programa templated as in about the industry, about the business, and a negosyo computation for ginawa ho natin yan precisely ho sa mga para sa OFWs na mga na-repatriate ngayong panahon ng pandemya together with other agencies, DA, DOST, I think TESDA is with us there. We produce a publication even for that. Mga agri-negosyo and all negosyo na pang OFWs. And may computation din doon.
Okay. Thank you
Maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Congressman Singson. The chair will now recognize Deputy Speaker Wesley Gatchalian for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Secretary Mon, Yusik Boy, Yusik Perry, Sec Fita, and the rest of the DTI family. Likewise po sa ating TESDA family headed by Secretary La Peña. Well, Mr. Chair, if there was one agency that we really need to support during this pandemic, I believe that it is one of them will be the Department of Trade and Industry. Number one, it's because the cooperative development is under them. Number two, the MSMEs and the small business are under this department. Having said that, if we actually remove TESDA from the overall budget, we could see that DTI for 2022 is only requesting around 8 billion, or DBM has approved only 8 billion for their budget. But knowing na a lot of our MSMEs are badly affected this pandemic, so I would like to manifest together with the early manifestation of our good chairman of the trade and industry that the budget of DTI should be increased in order to support the thousands of MSS, especially the micro and small that were affected during the pandemic. Mr. Chair, I'm in receipt of a list that's submitted to our office and to the Committee on Trade and Industry regarding their Tier 2 projects that the DTI has requested. And I would like to take this opportunity to explain why we need to give at least a total of 1.6 billion in addition to the budget of DTI. Hindi ko na ho isa-isahin pa ito, mahaba ito, but I can already see that in number 16, the One Town One project, OTOP, no, is here. For the information of this honorable committee, the OTOP, institutionalizing the OTOP or the OTOP bill was passed already on third reading here in the House of Representatives. Soon, it's now in the Senate, and maybe soon it will be a law already. So it's high time that we provide funding for this, no? And OTOP will also help the MSMEs who are affected, especially in the province. The Go Local is another good project together with the OTOP that can support the MSMEs in focusing the good products that they have in their cities, municipalities, or provinces. No. Likewise, I saw also here the shared service facility that was brought up a while ago, and the Project Stride, which is the BSP, the bureau that's handling the testing of the imported products coming into the country for the safety of our consumers. These are very important to be at par with international standards when it comes to cement, steel, glass, and all other products. No, Mr. Chair, we need this to provide them with more machines so that we could give quality products to the consumers. And of course, the e-commerce Philippines, as mentioned a while ago, just to inform this honorable body that the Internet Transaction Act was likewise passed on the lower house and is now being taken up in the Senate, and hopefully soon it will become a law. So it's good also to put a budget already as early as now for the creation of what we call the e-commerce bureau, and to assist the DTI on their manpower requirements and operating requirements so that we could protect our consumers who are transacting online. We all know na during this pandemic, and regardless po of may pandemic o walang pandemic ho, our consumers will now transact through online, and e-commerce will be very, very strong in the next years to come. So we are hoping, Mr. Chair, that we could put funding here so that we could support DTI on various consumer-related issues that are already being brought up in the internet, on the goods that are being transacted in the internet. So, Mr. Chair, the Tier 2 projects is a total of 1.6 billion. And together with Chairman John Ray Chanco, we are working hard to support DTI in whatever we can. Hoping that kung hindi man yung 1.6 billion ay maibigay ho sa kanila, ay hoping lang na those related to pandemic ay maibigay po sa kanila at matulungan sila, because the 8 billion budget right now, I think would not be enough to support our MSMEs and our related issues on related departments that are handling and are very active during this pandemic. Mr. Secretary, siguro kayo na rin ho magpaliwanag for the appreciation of this committee. Kami naman, we had the briefing the other day lang together with Chairman. On our research already here in Congress, we could already see that only 17% or almost 3.4 billion goes to MSME development program. No? So various na yun, halo-halo na sa ilalim. And in the small business corp, that is equally important because of your P3 project na alam ko po nakakatulong talaga sa marami pong naapektahan na micro-entrepreneurs natin. No? We've only allotted 1.5B. So, Mr. Secretary, would this be enough to help us sakaling pong itong pandemic ay mag-continue until next year or possibly the years to come? And would this be enough to support our MSMEs? Yun kasi po ang talagang isang bagay na tinututukan ko dahil alam ko if meron man agencies under you who will be needing help, is really anything related to MSMEs or small business.
Secretary Mon Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po, DS West Gatchalian, for your support. And as to your question, the amount really is not enough if we really want to help more, especially those affected by the pandemic. Doon po sa aming talaan, mga talagang naapektuhan ngayong pandemya, ay it could be easily 1 million. Doon lang sa, kung bibilangin natin ang mga SMEs na ito pa lang yung nakarehistro. Actually, ang magandang ano po dito ay at least itong mga SMEs na ito, tingin namin naghahanap pa ng ibang pagkakakitaan. In other words, kung nagsara man yung kumpanya nila, kailangan nila ng tulong doon sa pagpihit nila or pag-pivot nila into a new business. But definitely the support is very much needed. So yung pautang po is one na klase ng suporta at kung computein natin yung sa P3 at saka yung SB Corp na CARES program, i-compute na lang natin sa 10,000, sa 500,000, yun po yung 5 billion na possible additional na matutulungan yung 500,000 na MSMEs. Pero kung makakayanan pa ng budget, another 500,000 beneficiary can be another 5 billion. So, depende lang talaga sa ating budget na maibibigay. Yun po yung dami ng matutulungan natin. Yun po yung mabilis na tulong. The other tulong po kasi is hindi pa utang, yung livelihood kit. And yun naman pang mas maliit pa, yung talagang mga nagtitinda sa paligid natin na para may pangkabuhayan sila, makaraos ang isang araw na may kita sila, lalo na yung mga nawalan ng trabaho. So yun po ang suporta doon, around 5 to 8,000 per head. So again, depende, yun grant.
That's only for 500,000.
Yes.
As you mentioned, calculation. May I ask, Mr. Secretary, ano yung utilization ng SB Corp from the previous funds?
Mataas po. Actually yung from the previous fund, yun pong SB Corp, unahin ko yung P3. Yung P3 kasi, thank you to sa Congress, tayo po yung na-allocation siya parang pinaka-seed fund niya. So yung unang taon, 1 billion, pangalawa, 1.5, 1.5. So as of to date, I think they have a 5 billion na naibigay na over the years. Yung 5 billion po na yon, ang napautang na ngayon, 9 billion. Ibig sabihin, napaikot na nila. So nagre-repay, pinapahiram ulit, kaya ho maganda yung utilization and repayment rate. Yun po yung maganda doon. Yung CARES program naman po, ito yung because of the pandemia, it's a new program under Bayanihan 2. So that is the one with 4 billion for MSMEs. Dinagdagan ni SB Corp ng 1 billion, that's why we have a 5 billion fund there. Yun po, naubos na. Actually, 5.3 na ang napahiram nung pondo na yon. Dahil kumuha pa kami ng iba pang pondo, nanghiram kami doon sa iba pang pinadaan sa SB Corp, which is the one for tourism. 4 billion. So out of the 4 billion, nanghiram kami ng 1.5 billion para lang hindi mahinto yung program sa SME. Yung sa tourism kasi, MSME din yon according to the Bayanihan 2, pero under the tourism sector that's been affected. Ang problema ho sa sobrang tama or hard-hit tourism sector, the take-out of loans very, very low dun sa part na yon. And understandably ho, na maraming hindi sila makahiram kasi sarado pa sila. So obviously hindi sila makakabayad. So wala ho talaga. Konti lang. In fact, dun sa report namin, parang 400 plus borrowers lang ang humiram under that program. So 450 if I remember it right. So but however, that is one program na oras na mag-reopening tayo, yan o ang siguradong dadami ang, magbubukasan lahat yan at manghihiram lahat yan. So I think it's just waiting for that time that we will have a continuing reopening. Right, unlike right now, open and close, open and close. Depende sa lockdown.
And Mr. Secretary, the Bayanihan 2 has lapsed already. And Bayanihan 3 is still pending in the Senate, which we also don't know kung ano ang direction right now. So does that mean na talaga pong ang support ngayon na kumbaga pwede nyong ibigay sa tao ay just under the P3, no? The P3. Yes, and that's why we are hoping na through this committee and to our honorable chairman that we can support also to increase our requirements in the SB Corp kung kakayanin natin dito, no? So that hindi lang 500,000 po na beneficiaries sa makuha, but we could at least increase in also anticipation to the opening of the economy.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Wesley Gatchalian. The Chair shares the sentiments of our dear Deputy Speaker. In fact, if you want to talk about recovery and if you want to talk about opening up the economy, sustaining this will focus on the efforts we put into our SMEs. Alam naman natin, they comprise 98% of our economy. Yung 1-2%, ito na yung mga dambuhalang negosyante na kayang mabuhay ng matagal. Kasi lang, yung kailangan talaga natin tutukan itong mga SMEs. So, if the good Deputy Speaker would like to formalize his position in a motion, the Chair will act on that motion and file a resolution of this committee so that we can forward the same to the leadership of the House, so that we can include from the output of this committee, a resolution requesting for an increase in the budget of DTI. DS West.
Mr. Chair, I formally move to increase the budget of the Department of Trade and Industry under the Tier 2 projects, which is totaling to 1,623 million pesos. So move, Mr. Chair.
Any second?
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Seconded, Your Honor.
Any objections? There being none, so motion is approved. So, Secretariat, let's come up with a resolution addressed to the leadership of the House that there's a motion duly seconded that the budget of DTI be increased to those specific items as so discussed by DS Wesley Gatchalian.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving forward, the chair would now recognize Congresswoman Sherry Antan. Sherry Antan. While we're waiting for Congresswoman Sherry Antan, is CDA part of DTI, Secretary Mon?
Yes, Your Honor. They were made under DTI, but it's operating independently, Your Honor.
And is the good head of the Cooperative Development Authority with us today?
Yes, Your Honor. I think he was trying to join here, but limited yung number, so I think online. Si Chairman Joy Encabo.
I understand we have a new head for CDA, no?
Chairman Joy Encabo, Mr. Chairman.
Can the good head of the authority present himself to the committee?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and the members of the Honorable Committee on Appropriations, and to my dear, hardworking, dynamic Secretary of DTI, Secretary Juan Lopez. Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon, and congratulations on your appointment to the authority. I hope that through you, we can help a lot of cooperatives blossom and attain their objectives of uplifting the lives of their fellow members. So going back, Congresswoman Sherry Antan, we had you on Zoom. Are you still with us online? Okay, so the chair recognizes Congresswoman Sherry Antan. Okay, due to some technical difficulties, I'll proceed. I recognize Congressman D.V. Savellano, Deputy Speaker, and then I'll go back to Congresswoman Sherry Antan once we're able to reconcile the technical issues. Yes, Deputy Speaker Savellano, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, Secretary Mon Lopez at ang DTI family. Una-una po, just sa manifestation. Kasi, Mr. Chair, if I'll be allowed, mahaba po yung mga tanong ko because I'll be asking of different bureaus like CDA, etc. So, if there's a possibility, Mr. Chair, that I can just submit on paper may interpellation, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can I do that, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, can I do that? Can I submit my my interpellation? I'm manifesting that I'll just submit it because ang haba po nito, like I'm going to ask about the bamboo industry, about PBDIDC, the SSF, traditional crafts, weaving industry, salt industry, dairy industry, the SMEs, TESDA, CDA, SciTem, Design Center of the Philippines, SB Corporations, OTOP, the Go Local, Farm Tourism Council, and others, Mr. Chair. Kasi 5 minutes, kulang po kasi ako eh. But Mr. Chair, I'd like also to manifest to support the resolution of the Honorable Deputy Speaker Wes Gatchalian regarding the increase of the budget of DTI. Kasi kapiranggut lang po, napakaliit. And I think we need the funds. Lalong-lalo na po ngayong pandemya. Ang dami po nangangailangan. Tapos ang lit-lit po ng budget po ng na binibigay natin sa mga gandang programa ng DTI. So yun lang po, to support the resolution of Deputy Speaker Wes Gatchalian.
Okay, thank you very much, DS.
So Mr. Chair, I can do that. I'll just give my manifestation in writing to the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
To save time, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The chair will now recognize Congresswoman Janet Garin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to take off from the earlier interpellation of the Honorable Wes Gatchalian, narinig po natin yung kanyang proposal. So may I know, Mr. Chair, the increase in budget of the proposed agencies will come from which program of the Department of Trade and Industry?
Thank you, Congresswoman Garin. Yung budget, the increase in budget will be for many programs, Your Honor. The major programs, maybe I can just cite a few on the
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Honorable Secretary, pasensya po, no? Just to align, my question actually was directed for the commensurate proposed increase in your budget. Where will the funds come from? Saan po ito ibabawas at saan po ito kukunin kapag dinagdag yun? So that's why I'm directing my question to the Honorable Chairman, Honorable Secretary, if I may be.
Kong Janet, regards to the resolution we approved earlier, is that your question?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, it was just formalizing a request that was a shared sentiment of a lot of congressmen. So with regards to the source of the funds, it will be something that the leadership will have to address when the time comes. Congresswoman Garin.
Yes. Yeah, that's a very good information, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, because I would like to add on to the proposed resolution at the appropriate time. Be that as it may I inquire from the Honorable Secretary the importance of helping our MSMEs in times of this pandemic, especially on the cost of pandemic response. Because we have noticed that cost for testing, even isolation of their employees, and even vaccination of MSMEs, para pong ang bigat-bigat na nga nang nangyayari, nalulugi na nga sila. Pero parang hindi ko naiintindihan bakit pinapasa pa sa ating mga maliliit na negosyante at sa mga empleyado yung karamihan na gastusin in relation to the pandemic response. May we know from the Honorable Secretary if we are getting funds from, let's say, the Department of Health or any agency for that matter in related to free testing, support in isolation, pandemic response that will allow MSMEs to move forward.
Secretary Mon.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congresswoman Garin. Yes, it's really a valid issue right now, and in all this pandemic response, actually, we're not giving anything to the SMEs. But to your point po, Congresswoman Garin, this is also one area that we need to support them with. So it's not just maybe we're talking of livelihood, of microfinancing and all that. Pero dahil sa requirement Uh, I know you're an expert in the health sector. Ano po, that as we move forward in this pandemic and we all say that this is not going away, I mean, the virus is not going away, I think all these things you mentioned on funds for testing, maybe vaccination is already being handled by government, but testing of private companies for their workers, the isolation costs that we ask them to provide as well, and all these adjustments that they did, wala po tayong binibigay na tulong doon to companies. So if ever, that can be part of maybe the pandemic response program that can also be added to the appropriate agency so that we can help companies in improving minimum public health protocol, in improving testing capacities. Especially recently po, we are discussing with other agencies if we are to reopen the economy, more the economy after improving the rate of vaccination. I think more reopening would be ideal and conducting regular testing as a right now we can only encourage, but if there is a budget we can already require it if there is a budget for a regular testing of workers to be given to them free but of course funded. So these are things that might go with the movement towards reopening and eventually to the new normal, assuming the virus is still around us. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman Garin.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. No? I was trying to get in touch because I was muted earlier. I entirely agree with you, Honorable Secretary. And maski isipin lang natin, no, well, the adherence to minimum public health standards for a driver of a jeep or for the owner of a jeep, pagka syempre maraming kailangan baguhin sa loob, no, under the new normal, it will cost them like approximately 20,000 for all these barriers and for all the disinfectants that they have to use, even for the small businesses na kailangan ng kanilang mga empleyado. Just the mask, it's already a big cost on them. So I do agree with you that a certain fund should be placed so that this added cost of the new normal will not be an added burden to our MSMEs. Kasi pag sila naman gumastos, babalik tayo, that is passed on expense. Kaya nagiging mahal. No? And look at the public transportation. Yung mga drivers, yung bumibili ng tricycle, bumibili ng jeep, bumibili ng bus, they are being mandated for a 50% occupancy rate. Business-wise, financially-wise, luging-lugi ka na talaga dun eh. Pareho yung gastos mo sa gasolina, pareho yung gastos mo sa spare parts, pareho yung gastos mo sa change oil. Walang nagbago dun sa iyong mga gastusin, pero yung iyong income, mangangalahati. So, even if we force them to go back, mahirap. No? So, in other words, we really have to look for funding so that our MSMEs will not continuously bleed, proceed into hemorrhage and possible death. On another aspect, I heard one of our colleagues asking for OFWs and other people who would like to venture into other businesses. Is financial literacy or IT, technology knowledge on the IT side, no? Kasi it's already a need now. Before it was just a want, now it's a need. So is this part of the help or the assistance that DTI is giving our MSMEs?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Congresswoman Garin. Kasama po yan sa mga modules that we are giving to our SMEs and displaced workers, OFWs, that are interested in knowing the entrepreneurship concepts and tools from product development, marketing, financial literacy, business plan preparation. Lahat po yon ay kasama po sa atin. IT knowledge po is a particular field that I know TESDA has that in their training modules. Sa amin din po, recently we launched a pivot embrace technology that is really preparing more and more displaced workers to learn new skills and know-how on IT, programming. So we do that po, but to a limited extent because again of limited budget. So because we tied up with schools and trainings on those projects on IT. But for the other entrep program po, that's part of our curriculum.
Yeah, maganda po no na ginagawa ng DTI family yun, Mr. Chair, Honorable Secretary. Will the Honorable Secretary agree with me that in management, let's say you're in a corporation or you're in an executive office, I'm a firm believer of performance-based allocation of resources. Like if you have a corporation, your performing managers would have some incentive. Kapag ikaw naman ay nasa sales, yung mas maraming nabebenta, talagang tinutulungan mo sila. Will the Honorable Secretary agree with me with regards to this context?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Your Honor, definitely. I grew up with that discipline and concept po. So
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. No? But if we go to COA findings, and if you go to the budget breakdown of the Department of Trade and Industry and its attached agencies, tila parang hindi po tugma. Because TESDA remains to have the highest share in the expenditure program at 14.75 billion. However, if you look at the most vacant positions, at 1,100 positions that have remained unfilled, it actually represents 50% of the total vacant position. Again, it's being lodged with TESDA. Is still this the situation? Coupled with that, parang masyadong malaki po. Although maganda naman sana, unfortunately, our expectations for TESDA is not really happening. Ang laki na, ang daming hindi na hire, na bakant, ang daming posisyon na hindi nalagyan ng tao. Ang laki ng pondo na hindi nagamit. Moreover, on the grounds, what we are seeing is different, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Kasi like sa amin, pupunta ang TESDA, merong i-recommend, or not even like in other places. Hindi po kasi, mahirap po kasi pinipilit yung mga courses na hindi naman applicable. Like, maski na lang yung cooking, it's very easy to cook now that you have the internet, you have YouTube, no? So yung ibang sumasali, they enroll for the program not because they want to learn, pero gusto nilang magkaroon ng kaldero. So, I don't know if there will be reforms regarding this. Because we have a lot of laws, like we have the laws related to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources na kailangan ng PCO or the Pollution Control Officer. But the training is quite expensive. Pero ano lang yan, I'm not sure if it's like 2 weeks or 1 month training. I think it's 2 weeks or 1 week training. This could actually be absorbed by TESDA. Kasi maraming naghahanap nun, hindi na mahihirapan yung ating mga mamamayan. Pangalawa, meron din po tayong, let's say, need for drivers and professional drivers. Mahal po yung pambayad no, ng lisensya and even for the driving school. But we are seeing that there's few accredited schools. I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, but assessing the performance of TESDA, I would say that budget lodged within TESDA is better spent supporting our MSMEs. So, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, may we get an affirmation that indeed TESDA is the agency within DTI that contributes to a substantial amount for its unused budget, unfilled positions, and COA findings. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Congressman Garin.
Yeah. So my earlier question was, can the DTI attest to what I'm seeing on the reports that TESDA actually is the agency that contributes to a huge extent, 50% of unfilled positions, unutilized money, and COA findings. Tama po ba yung aking nakikita sa mga reports?
The chair recognizes DS Wesley Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to second the motion of the Honorable Garin. Actually, while I think Congresswoman Kimbo was asking the question a while ago with regards to the utilization of TESDA, and I believe that with all due respect to the good Secretary Na Peña and the TESDA family, if the utilization right now is, let me rephrase my statement, if the unutilized portion right now is, I think, ang sabi niyo po kanina na, if I'm not mistaken, nasa 80% ho tayo, then there is more immediate need to support our MSME, whether it's P3, whether it's through the MSME development program, or likewise the cooperative development. No, medyo may 11% increase na sila, but I think it's better na lang in short to give these funds to them, especially right now that there is a pandemic that we are facing. A lot of our MSME ho, sa totoo lang, Secretary Mon, hindi na ho nagbukas ang marami sa kanila. Kung ang mga malalaking korporasyon po ay survival mode, ang ating mga kasama po sa micro and small enterprise po ay patay na po, hindi na survival. So what we're looking at, Mr. Secretary, since we're talking about 2022 budget, is the hope na lang that hoping also when this pandemic is over next year, which alam naman ho natin, hindi mangyari yun, yung katotohanan, no? Ay mabigyan sila ng pag-asang to come back and give them a second chance to survive, no? And also, like you mentioned, yung tulad po sa tourism industry natin na naging unutilized ho, tama ho yung sinabi nyo kanina na by next year, if the situation is better, babalik rin ho sila at kailangan nating suportahan sila. So once again, Mr. Chair, I just would like to second the motion of the good Honorable Garin na kung pwede po, yung pondo po ng TESDA, if we are seeing already na malaki po yung unutilized portion nila, ay tulungan na po ang mother agency natin. Dahil kanina ho, nag-uusap lang kami ni Congressman Alosos, out of the real budget of the overall, including TESDA of 22 billion, 8 billion lang po napupunta sa DTI. Ngunit ang katotohanan, due to this pandemic, talaga pong baliktad ho dapat ito. Dapat ho malaki po yung sa DTI natin, and with all due respect po to our TESDA family and to Secretary, no? Kung hindi lang po makakapasok ang ibang mga estudyante natin due to the limitations of the pandemic, hindi naman ho nila nakukuha pala yung goods, yung equipments on time, like what Honorable Chairman Suarez mentioned a while ago, then siguro it's high time, Mr. Chair, that we divert some funds and support naman po yung ating MSME programs, SB Corp and the likes ho. Especially with this pandemic that we are facing, and in anticipation rin na matapos yung pandemic next year, at least DTI is equipped already to help the MSME in rebooting or giving them a second chance to fight again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senior Minority Head, Congresswoman Janet. Congresswoman Janet, one last point, and then we'll have to proceed to the next interpellator. But yes, you can
Mr.
finish
Chair.
you can finish your position.
I entirely agree with Congressman Gatchalian, except for one point. Kasi nasabi niyang patay na yung mga MSMEs. Ako naman, sa pananaw ko, marami kasi sa kanila yung mamamatay na. They're just in the ICU and can still be revived. So how can we do this? We support them by providing them with free vaccines and free inoculation. We support them by giving their employees free testing. We support them by subsidizing compliance with minimum health protocols, just like those required in public transport mechanisms Yung mga karinderya, bigyan natin ng barikada, yung barrier, so that they can survive. But I do entirely agree. How can we maximize test the programs if at this point of time, where before implementation of test the programs was quite fast and it was providing an impact to the Filipino people, now apparently, parang medyo nagkaroon ng pandemic fatigue. May training nga, wala namang gamit. Sometimes pag dumarating naman yung mga gamit, wala na, naghanap na ng ibang trabaho yung ating mga trainees. So, with that, Mr. Chair, I congratulate the DTI family because they have been really trying to survive despite the meager resources. But with TESTA getting more than 50% of the budget of the whole DTI family, but with TESDA having the most number of unfilled positions, representing 59%, that's 1,100 positions, very meager utilization, ang taas-taas po ng unutilized budget. We just have to support the DTI family by realigning 50% of the proposed budget of TESDA, and that would roughly be let's put it at 7.5 billion. So, Mr. Chair, allow me to congratulate DTI and to also thank TESDA for all their help. But with the pandemic, we have to assess the needs versus the wants and the immediate survival of our economic frontliners. With this, I join the motion of the Honorable Gatchalian with a certain amendment that the proposed increase in budget for MSMEs to the tune of 7.5 billion be taken from the proposed budget of the TESDA. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po to the DTI family. And we always thank you for being there with us. Sorry, Mr. Chair, last point I forgot. Just a comment. Can the DTI also now, kasi ang dami na nating plantita, the OFWs in our districts are now back into planting. Can the DTI possibly coin the programs of the Department of Agriculture and the endpoint? Kasi minsan ang problema nila marketing, ang problema nila consolidation. We have a lot of good papayas, kalabasa, ginger, kamote, na pwede namang gamitin ng ating mga restaurants in the Metro Manila area. So if DTI can subsidize portions of the cost of transport or assist them and link them, then it will be a good takeoff for our economy and for our economic recovery. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa DTI family.
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Congressman Garin. Indeed, with a lot of weight, yung position ni Congresswoman Garin, given the situation that we're in. Would you want to react, Secretary La Peña?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect to Congresswoman Garin, the TESDA in its mandate to provide technical education, skills development, or training is a vital component of the national economic recovery strategy. And ang training po naman is necessary to be able to provide livelihood, to provide employment, because hindi naman pwedeng bigyan ng employment isang tao kung hindi niya alam ang gagawin. Ganun din sa livelihood. That's why ang TESDA is a vital, important component in all of those things that we want for our people, for the economic recovery, Your Honor. And yung hindi pa yung sinasabing hindi pa na-utilize, these are continuing appropriation. For example, because we have a three-year diploma program. At yung iba dyan na-appropriate, pero it will still be implemented for the next year. But all of this, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, will be submitted in a report, a detailed report, as directed earlier. Again, with due respect, these funds that are allocated or appropriated for TESDA are all for training of our people who needs to have employment and livelihood after. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Secretary Sid. Yes, I think we know where TESDA is coming from, but it's we also have to respect the opinions and the suggestions of our dear colleagues. Maybe in ordinary times wala tayong makikitang problema sa sitwasyon ng budget kasi lang dahil nga nasa pandemya tayo at pangit man sabihin na patay na yung mga SMEs natin. Sabihin na lang natin na nasa ICU. ICU. At para lang buhayin ulit konting pagmamalasakit at pagmamahal, dagdag pondo para mabuhayan sila and they can start operating again. I think that would be a good way where we can, jumpstart the economy. So moving forward, the chair would recognize Congressman Tejada for his manifestation.
May ginalaw ka ba? Saan? Resume? Sige na.
Congressman Ping Tejada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Maayong gabi.
Ngayong gabi, thank you very much to DTI Secretary and La Peña of the TESDA. Well, we are so very much concerned about the pandemic and its effect in the economy of our country. But however, Mr. Chair, I would like to look into the situation. No, we talk about the pandemic is a result on the labor sector, whether public or private laborers. That is, we need to have that percentage and. Because it must have to be answered in a macro level, no? That all departments should look into and make forwards and suggestions that each department should work work hand in hand to come up with the right solution. Mr. Chair, for example, in agriculture, we produce raw materials, but we have to have it in a finished product. Then after that, it's the DTI that will go into the marketing, and DOST it will also include technology, as well as the support of TESDA. Mr. Chair, I heard that funds are unused of TESDA, Mr. Chair, but for this representation to present, Mr. Chair, TESDA has helped a lot in the when our constituency had undergone TESDA schooling, when in fact TESDA has made a big participation during the implementation of the K-12 program, because the teachers then applicants they don't have like technical background. So how can we implement the technical aspect of the K-12 program? So what I did, Mr. Chairman, is that I had all teacher applicants enrolled in TESDA. So that's why it materialized the very intention of the approved K-12 programs of government. Second, Mr. Chair, they have actually also helped in the promotion and acceptance of employment abroad, Mr. Chair, because the NC2 accreditation of TESDA is acceptable outside. In fact, we have under my district almost about 2,000 employed abroad, Mr. Chair. And of course, we need the technical expertise of TESDA and contribution, Mr. Chair. It can work hand in hand with DTI with the emphasis that its funds will always be put into the projects of promotions of the technical skills of individuals. No, on other aspects, we may remote some part, but at least TESDA is must have to be maintained as an instrument for technical development because we cannot have academic lessons only. It has to be practical, Mr. Chair. So, but I appreciate so much the performance of our Secretary of DTI, who is my alumnus of the University of Santo Tomas, and my co-awardee as the outstanding public servant, Mr. Chairman, and he's very good. I appreciate it so much. But we look into the matter in a wholesome approach, Mr. Chairman, that we should not be blaming each others. We should be helping each other, not putting the blame on one sector and make successful appreciation of the other. We should look into the matter, Mr. Chair, in a holistic approach, and maybe we can correct the TESDA under DTI. They can make dialogues or promotions of the intentions and the missions and visions of the Department of Trade and Industry in support and TESDA supporting its function, Mr. Chair. Because we believe under this point of pandemic, it has to be looked into because we do not look into only in the budget of 2022 because we do not know. Nobody is sure, and nobody can assure that this pandemic will last only up to September, end of September. This is going to be a long time approach, whether there is pandemic or not. It has to be a TESDA and DTI and all business SMEs to be promoted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Tejada, for your manifestation. Next on the list is Congresswoman Sherry Antan from the minority. Congresswoman Sherry Antan.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, we can hear you, Congresswoman.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would like to express my thanks to DTI for all the support that they give us. So far for 2021 budget, lahat naman po na ibigay nila. And for 2022, we just want to request na sana po maibigay din nila yung mga request natin, particularly for our secret kitchens of Samar, shared facility, for capacity development for our people's organizations, for the MSMEs and the stakeholders, and then the skills training using different raw materials, and then the trainings on product innovation and shared service facilities. So, sana po maibigay lang ho sa amin yung mga request. We already submitted the letters to the region. And for TESDA, we would like to thank for all the scholars, the number of scholars that was given to my district. And we would like to commend Secretary La Peña and PD Banario, together with RD Gam Vicente, for being so hands-on. And together with sa DTI naman po, nagpapasalamat po ako kay Secretary Mon Lopez for being so supportive to us. Maraming tulong po, malaki yung tulong sa amin dito yung DTI. Very active po si Ma'am Milo sa amin. Very supportive din po, at saka si Ma'am Sally. So thank you so much. Regarding the resolution that was introduced by Congressman Gatchalian, I would like to wish to express also my full support for the approval of the budget of DTI and all its attached line agencies. And we're hoping that there will be an increased budget, increased allocation for DTI kasi maraming ho ang natutulungan ninyo. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Sherry Antan. Mukhang malakas itong si Secretary Mon Lopez sa mga congressman. Lahat ng mga congressman gustong dagdagan yung budget niya.
Salamat. Salamat po.
On behalf of the majority, for his manifestation, the chair recognizes Congressman Manuel Zubiri.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, partner, you can continue. Congressman Subiri.
Maraming po salamat, Mr. Chair, and of course to my dear Secretary and his team, and together with Director Sid, congratulations. I believe that your budget has increased, pero the way I see it, with the pandemic is still ongoing and the need for our micro, small, medium enterprises needing help, Mr. Chair, I believe that we should give them a much bigger budget, Mr. Chair. Based not because kaibigan po natin lahat si Secretary at saka yung kanyang team, no? Pero importante po talaga ngayon na i-revive no ang negosyo ng mamamayan, no? We need to revive their businesses. At the same time, it is a need, no? This is not a want from the department. Importante po na talagang tulungan po natin 100% yung departamento nila na mabigyan ng sapat na budget for 2022 because I don't think COVID is going anywhere. It is going to remain part of our lives, but we need to revive the businesses. If we don't revive the businesses, it's going to be worse than COVID, Mr. Chair. Kailangan talaga ng kapital yung ating mga small negosyantes, all the small businesses. This is why sa akin po hindi po sapat no yung pera na kailangan ng mga SMEs no ng ano ito yung revival of the magkano po sa inyo Secretary 4 billion something if I'm not mistaken, is that correct? For 4 point something billion for the SMEs?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman, Kong Zubiri.
Yes, I think to be honest, based on the figures being given and talking to the businessmen all over the metropolis and all over the country, Mr. Chair, medyo maliit po yung 4+ billion no for the recovery of the small businesses. Because I remember last year when I was tackling their budget, pumalo na po na mga almost 80% that was in dire need or nagsira, no? O almost about to close. So ngayon, yung iba naka-recover, yung iba talagang wala na. And we don't want na biglang pumalo naman na 80+% going up to, medyo parami pa ng kuwan, no? na magsisira. Kaya kailangan po natin, especially yung budget para sa mga SMEs natin, na mas malaki. Kulang po talaga yung 4 billion. It's very small compared to the amount of money that we are going to be spending for the nation this coming 2022, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Lopez.
So I fully support you, Secretary Mon. I think, in all honesty, not because I handled your budget the last 2 years, but I think you should request for a bigger budget. It's because our country needs a bigger budget, Mr. Chair, Secretary. Ipaglaban po natin yan. And I would maintain, contrary to what the others are saying, that yung sa TESDA, ay tuloy po natin yung TESDA. Kasi alternative yan, yung TESDA na binibigay po natin tulong sa mga tao. Kung wala silang negosyo, dapat may TESDA para walang trabaho, pwede angkunin ng TESDA yung ating mga tao na walang trabaho. So importante din po yung TESDA na yan. That's why we should maintain, not just maintain, but add on both budgets if possible. We can maintain TESDA's budget because it's big enough, but let us increase your budget, Secretary Mon, yung especially para sa SMEs for 2022.
Thank you very much, Congressman Subiri. Would you want to react, Secretary Lopez?
Mr. Chairman, thank you po kay Congressman Zubiri. Papasalamat lang po ako sa tuloy na pagsuporta at tiwala sa DTI. Actually, hindi po para sa DTI ito, para sa taong bayan. Mas yung budget naman yan, idadaan lang sa atin para talaga maikalat natin sa mga naapektuhan ng pandemya. Thank you po.
Thank you
Mr.
very
Chairman.
much, Congressman Subiri. The chair will now recognize Congressman Caraps Paduano, whose time was allocated to Congresswoman Arlene Brosas. Congresswoman Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman Arlene.
Yes, Mr. Chair, allow me to read the statement prepared by our esteemed Minority Leader, Stephen Paduano. Mr. Chair, this is for the TESDA only. This representation will not ask any question on TESDA, but will instead read a litany of observations on the budget practices of the agency. Since 2017, the continuing appropriations of TESDA increased significantly in 2017 to 2020 compared to previous years. 483,393,000 from 2014 and 2016 and no report on 2015. Compared to 4,501,302,000 from 2017 to 2021. No report on 2018. This indicates poor utilization of the budget, depriving students of the benefits due them. Since 2017, the unused appropriations and the unobligated allotment also rose compared to previous years. 1,139,897,000 from 2014 and 2016, no report on 2015, compared to 6,299,655,000 from 2017 to 2021, no report on 2018. This indicates poor planning and poor implementation of the programs and projects of the agency. The COA annual audit reports show incredible misuse of public funds that it is a wonder why no one has not been investigated and charged administratively or criminally. Some of the COA findings in 2019, TESDA transferred to PITC 1,033,392,517 for the procurement of toolkits of the STEP program, which the latter failed to procure by year-end. TESDA also transferred to PITC 1,153,629,104 for the procurement of toolkits for the UAQ-TEA program. No starter toolkits were provided in CYs 2018 and 2019, which resulted in non-provision of the materials to scholars after the trainings. According to COA, more than 3 billion program funds were transferred to PITC to facilitate the procurement of various goods and services. However, because the transfers were made late, it appears that the agency may have just taken advantage of the procurement outsourcing services to keep the unutilized program funds to remain intact, thus making the PITC as depository of unutilized funds for delayed or unimplemented programs and projects. Moreover, 90% of the fund transfer, or 2.7 billion, pertains to the procurement of starter toolkits for TESDA's UAQTEA and STEP program. 4 regional offices retained unutilized funds, savings amounting to 744,255,729.33, which should have been returned to the Bureau of the Treasury. This exposed these funds to risk of possible misappropriation and deprives the government of utilizing the fund for other urgent and priority projects. There are many more findings in 2019, but due to time constraints, I cannot cite them all.
as if TESDA will be more prudent with the budget in 2020. But what has COA audit show? Total allotments transferred to the regional offices of 768,553,945.45 out of the 950 million allotments for the Bayanihan 2 and disbursement rate of 66% thereof, which however does not match with the physical accomplishments for CY 2020. Fund transfers to regional offices as fund augmentation for various purposes amounting to 39,954,475.202 contravene the rules on fund augmentation provided under the GAA of FY 2020 and Section 4 of PD number 1445 on the prohibition on payment without valid appropriation or law allowing the same. Fund transfers through Notice of Transfer Allocation, NTA, from TESDA CO to TESDA ROs for the implementation of EO number 70, creating the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, amounting to 160,083,401.61 are highly questionable for lack of proper authority, legal basis, and the absence of appropriate guidelines as to how this fund shall be utilized. Likewise, exposing these funds to possible misuse or misappropriation, the transfer of 5.71 billion funds by ROs to OUs for the implementation of the scholarship training programs on the basis of approved qualification maps only instead of their actual requirements, wherein the 1.23 billion and 70.13 million from the current and continuing appropriations, respectively, released to the latter only in December 2020, manifests the intent to avoid the lapsing of notices of cash allocations or NCAs that resulted in the accumulation of unutilized idle funds in the cash LCCA of TESDA OUs nationwide in the aggregate amount of 5.21 billion at year-end and exposing these funds to risk of possible misappropriation or improper disposition. More than 2 billion of funds transferred to PITC in CY 2019 were not returned to TESDA, nor reverted to the National Treasury. Contrary, NBC number 578 and PO 91 series of 2019. Unauthorized retention of unutilized scholarship funds and trust funds in 7 ROs amounting to 356,387,118.82, which should have been returned to the National Treasury, exposes these funds to risk of possible misappropriation and likewise deprives the government from utilizing the funds for other urgent and priority programs. These are only some of the questionable practices that in this humble representation's opinion show incredible gall of some officers of TESDA. With that, I manifest my intention to have the consideration of the budget of TESDA deferred and its budget reduced to level that its officers can reasonably accomplish. Mr. Chair, I believe our esteemed colleague also, Deputy Minority Leader Stella Kimbo, wants to speak, and our esteemed colleague also SDML Janet Garin would also like to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The chair would recognize Congresswoman Janet Garin for her rejoinder.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po. TESDA as an institution is very good. Its programs are laudable. They have helped a lot of people. However, you cannot run an institution if you do not have the sense of urgency. The point here is budget utilization and filling up of positions. Hindi po pwedeng pabayaan nating natutulog yung pera ng sambayan ng Pilipino habang marami ang nangangailangan nito. General Peña is a laudable person, but I cannot understand what is happening to the institution. Kulang ba ng tao? Nagkakaproblema ba? Yung mga programs ba na ini-implement ngayon ay hindi answerable dun sa panawagan ng panahon? TESDA can still work hand in hand with MSMEs. But it is our responsibility to our people that money will be timely used. I do hear my colleagues saying, maganda ang TESDA. Oo, maganda. Pero maraming pangangailangan ngayon ng MSMEs that we just cannot have a blind eye on this. Ang sabi naman ng iba, oo, may training. Pero parang sundalo, ipapadala ba natin sa gyera ang sundalo kung walang baril? What's happening to our training programs where the equipments at yung mga gamit, huli na dumarating? Value for money is a very important consideration in an executive office. With due courtesy to my colleagues, Mr. Chair, they keep on saying, yes, let's increase the budget of DTI, but let us not touch the budget of TESDA, even if there is a huge budget being unutilized. But Mr. Chair, Your Honor, let's call a spade a spade. We cannot increase the budget of an agency. We cannot increase the budget of a program if we do not point the source. We are very frank in saying na hindi natin kayang tulungan yung ating mga MSMEs, hindi natin kayang tulungan yung ating economic frontliners kung wala tayong pagkukunan ng pondo. We cannot just be politicizing and tell them, lalakihan natin ang pondo nyo, wala naman tayong source. With this, Mr. Chair, I second the motion of the Honorable Minority Leader as manifested by the Honorable Arlene Brosas to defer consideration of the budget of TESDA and look at ways by which this can be maximally utilized by the Department of Trade and Industry together with TESDA and the MSMEs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman Guerin. So we will take note of the position of the minority. I understand that Congresswoman Stella Kimbo will manifest too later on. So I will proceed with the list of interpellations and I will act on the formal motions accordingly. Next to interpellate is Congressman Christopher De Venecia for his second round. Congressman De Venecia.
All right. Can I be heard, Mr. Chair? Okay. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'll get right to it. One of the exciting collaborations that Chi Block launched with the League of Cities last month is the Philippine Creative Cities Network. It shall serve as incubator for cities on how to use creativity for their socioeconomic development and accelerator for cities on the cusp of joining the illustrious UNESCO Creative Cities Network. To date, Baguio and Cebu are on this list. While the institutionalization of the Philippine Creative Cities Network is in the creative industries bill that we hope to pass in this Congress, tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, kung kasama ba yung criteria ng creativity dun sa Cities and Municipalities Competitiveness Index ng DTI?
Sec1, or would you want one of your DTI personnel to be recognized and answer the question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Para mas specific, we'll invite, with your permission, Undersecretary Fita Aldaba.
Yes, USEC. USEC, you're recognized.
Thank you po. Magandang hapon. Opo, kasama po Congressman De Venecia, Mr. Chair. Kasama po yung creativity. In fact, kakaumpisa pa lang po this year, inilagay po namin na additional pillar ang innovation and creativity.
Great. Good to hear, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Yusek Pita. I'll move on to my next question. The 4Ms program is meant to aid consumer protection. In the last year alone, there have been many cases of misappropriation of our cultural output. Contraband, indigenous weaves in the Cordilleras, of course, the recent NAS Daily issue with Wang Od, and of course, never-ending online piracy. One of the problems is lack of awareness on the part of MSMEs and lack of awareness on the part of the consumer because they are not informed of matters like provenance, saan ba nanggaling yung binibili nila, maybe geographical indicators. And of course, the bigger question is if these systems are even in place. So there have been interesting proposals from the gastronomy and fashion sectors. For example, a handmade in the Philippines campaign for our artisanal creative goods, and also certifications pertaining to food a la Japan's Kobe beef and those prime ingredients from Italy. Of course, for the film industry, consumer awareness on how film piracy is theft, even if it's products of the mind. By stealing it, it's sort of like tantamount to stealing from a convenience store. It's theft. Pero it's not necessarily something that's ingrained in the Filipino psyche. In fact, according to the stakeholders, parang may entitlement pa na pwede mag-download ng mga pirated films kasi um, right namin yun, which is totally wrong. So my question, Mr. Chair, is are these considered in the 4M program, which is meant to aid consumer protection?
Yes, from
Yeah,
DTI.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, we recognize those developments, and we will be including them in the new program. We really need some more, I guess, attention to this evolving developments, especially the need to increase awareness on these mga copyrights and even patent issues, yung mga counterfeit issues. This will form part actually of the Internet Transaction Act proposal that is coming from Congress as well, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Thank you. Good to hear, Secretary Mon, Mr. Chair. Next question is actually a parochial concern. This is regarding the shared service facilities. So we support the at least 200 million increase of this program as shared by SecMon earlier, but hopefully even double or triple if possible. But can we get a commitment from DTI to establish shared service facilities for our food-based MSMEs in the 4th District of Pangasinan? Like I said earlier, I meet with at least 4 to 5 MSMEs a day every time I'm in the district. And these range from restaurants to those who make food products or even artisans who make mga rattan baskets, metal works like mga itak, etc. Ang karamihang lumalabas is yun nga, yung compliance with FDA, in which kung gusto nila makapag-export ng mga ube nila, yung mga cacao, calamansi concentrate, as mentioned by Secmon earlier, peanut brittle, yun nga, parang they have to comply with the requirements of FDA, which costs money and hindi kaya ng mga negosyo nila yun. So, can we get that commitment for some SSFs to be established in my district, Mr. Chair?
Secretary Mon, parochial concern by our good colleague. Any reaction from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kung pwede lang bigyan lahat talaga because we really need to propagate. Parang ito ang track para sa mga agriculture farmers, for example, yung SSF. Frankly, kailangan po talaga yan sa lahat ng municipality, distrito. So, as much as we can, but right now, as you know, Mr. Chair, zero po tayo dyan. Zero budget. Okay. So, depende po sa budget talaga na mabibigay. We can only do so much. But
sana po makapag-earmark, Mr. Chair, kung sakaling mabigay natin yung budget increase sa DTI for the district. Thank you. I'll move on to my next question. There's a satellite account for creative industries that we are in the process of creating in partnership with the DTI. May I know a status update on this particular program and if it will be funded in 2022?
Kong Tof, can you kindly repeat that? Satellite what?
We are in the process of creating a satellite account for creative industries within the Philippine Statistics Authority, similar to the account of tourism. And I was wondering if this program is going to be funded or the continuation of it will be funded in 2022.
And we will invite Yusek Aldaba for that question.
Yes, Yusek, you're recognized.
May consultant na po kami na na-hire. Inuumpisahan na po yung preliminary work na kakailanganin ng PSA para sa full blast na pag-conduct ng satellite accounts for the creative industry next year.
All right, that's good to hear, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sec Vita and Sec Mon. Doon naman sa industry roadmaps, in the budget, it says there are 195 that have been created or are in the process of being created. May I know, Mr. Chair, how many are attributable to the creative industries? Because in the creative industries bill, we've identified about 50 industries within that ecosystem. So I was just wondering how many have been roadmapped by the DTI and which roadmaps are to be included in the 2022 budget?
Before you answer, Sekmon, Kong Tof, you've exhausted your 5 minutes on this round, so
Yeah.
I'll just allow.
Actually, that was my last question. I was just going to wrap up after that with a thank you, if I may.
Only because you're a good friend of Anna and my family, I'll allow that. So yes.
Am I not your good friend, Chair?
Sekmon?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, quick answer po. I was told that 6 industries are already being worked on that one, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so there's a balance of 44 more that needs to be roadmap. Thank you. But once again, thank you to SecMon, Yusek Fita, and the entire DTI family, Mr. Chair, for being active partners and champions in industry development, especially in the creative industries. Rest assured that the DTI family has the support not only of this representation, but also the 60-member Arts and Culture and Creative Industries block of the 18th Congress for an increased budget. We will fight for a budget that will not only be responsive to COVID-19, but also one that will boost the economy further through harnessing the country's resources, especially in creativity. Thank you so much, and mabuhay po ang DTI family. We need to give them the budget that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congressman De Venecia. Let's not forget that indeed innovation and creativity is the bedrock of any nation that wishes to progress and develop. So
Agreed.
we are one with you in your advocacy, Congressman De Venecia.
Thank
so
you.
The chair will now recognize Congressman Veloso for his manifestation, followed by Congresswoman Kimbo from the minority.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me point out as a predicate matter that the whole of the 3rd District of Leyte is classified as a conflict area between the government and the insurgents. In fact, the President has been to my district a few months ago to distribute lands to the farmers there. We do not have technological schools there. The nearest school for technology is Eastern Visayas State University, which is in Tacloban, and this is 8 to 10 hours away. There is lack of regular transportation. TESDA, on the other hand, is the only source of education of our workers in Leyte. It has been in charge in training heavy equipment operators, providing technology for banana chip makers, mangoes, longanisa, and others. I therefore would object, Mr. Chair, to the proposal that we deduct 50% of TESDA's budget in order that we can increase the budget of DTI. I strongly support the proposal that we increase the budget of DTI, but not at the expense of TESDA. You do not burn a house to terminate termites there. Also, Mr. Chair, and this is already a query now to the DTI Secretary. Recently, my family spent about ₱1 million just so we can help the displaced families there in Kalubian, San Isidro. Naglagay po kasi ng building about 1 million for project ito ng probinsya, but wala silang pera. It happened that my daughter is a board member. Wala silang mahinging pera, and so nagambag-ambag na po kami. Mr. Chair, may I ask the Secretary, magkano po pa talaga ang kailangan natin just so magkaroon tayo ng opisina ng DTI sa 3rd District of Leyte? Ang dami kasi nagtatanong na mga small-scale operators or owners of SMEs. And kahit yung mga sari-sari store owners, wala silang magawa kasi ang layo ng Tacloban. Ulitin ko po, Tacloban is 8 to 10 hours. Gusto nila magtayo, ang pinakamagaling na lang doon ng mga negosyante, mga sari-sari store owners or maliliit na bake shops. Magkano pa talaga ang kailangan para magtayo ng opisinang DTI sa 3rd District of Leyte? A neglected, by the way, district in Region 8.
Secretary Mon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kung Veloso, if you're referring po sa negosyo center kung saan ito po ang pwedeng takbuhan sa pagtanong paano magnegosyo, mag-register, turuan sila ng mga business counselor. Actually po, ito po hindi ho masyadong malaki ang ang budget dito. It can be less than 1 million as long as kapartner po ang LGU. Ang target po kasi ng negosyo center, makapagpatayo ng opisina for each municipality. So, sigurado pong magkakaroon dapat ang bawat municipality po sa lugar ninyo, lalo na sa distrito nyo. Sigurado hong meron na kahit isa man lang. So, yun po, it can be below 1 million if it's a matter of refurbishing, renovating a particular space na ibibigay ng local government. Wala ho kami talagang binibiling building dyan, nakikipag-tie up lang po sa local government para sa isang opisina, isang office space para makapagpatayo ng negosyo center. At yung tao naman po ay sa amin na ho, o yung daily operations nun ay DTI budget na po yon ng negosyo center. So, from less than 1 million, yung iba naman po, kung magkailangan mag-establish ng a little structure para sa isang opisina sa tabi ng City Hall or things like those, up to 3 million meron hong budget. Meron po tayong pwede kung may budget doon at may capital outlay, up to 3 million po kung separate standalone office. Pero meron hong murang version na pagka binigay ho ng munisipyo. I was told po, sa district po ninyo, meron daw pong isa sa Kalubian, sa Leyte, Tabango, Bilyaba, San Isidro. For information po.
Sa Bilyaba, taga Bilyaba ko. Hindi ko nga alam kung nasaan yan. But anyway, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, katulad ng Department of Health, kasi wala kaming hospital doon, 2 lang ang infirmaries doon. The family had to donate 15,000 square meters. Napatayuan na po ng Department of Health ng hospital. The family is also willing to donate prime land. Mapatayuan lang nyo ng 3 million worth of
of office that will cover the services needed for the entire district of Leyte, third district of Leyte. Let me go to my last point, Mr. Chair. Nakalagay sa briefer nyo yung Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone. Familiar pa ako dito because way back in 1980s, panahon pa ni Miguel Sosa, ni na Bobby Ongpin. Ako po ang nag-acquire ng lupa for Pasar at for Philfos para sa gobyerno. Now, there was a plan before, kaakibat po ng Pasar, which is a copper smelter plant, na magpapatayo tayo ng copper fabrication plant. Ano po ang plano nyo dito? Kasi nakalagay sa briefer nyo na you will be promoting an industrial copper fabrication plants, semi-fab and fabrication plants.
Okay.
Ano pong status ng program nyo ito?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ako kung mag-uumpisa ng sagot doon. Ito pong programa na to, sinasama ho natin sa bawat investment roadshow that we are doing because we really want to promote this Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone sa mga investors, so especially those that are interested in the field of copper and copper processing and value-added products. So, makapagbigay po ng update ho dito si Undersecretary Perry Rodolfo with the permission of the Chair.
Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the question, Representative Veloso. Yes, indeed, natapos na ho natin yung development of a master plan for Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone project ho natin. At we would also like to recognize the support of the House of Representatives for all of the technical discussions that we have had on that Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone. Ngayon ho, following the completion of that master plan, which was undertaken in collaboration with architect Palafox and his team, we are undertaking the international promotion to be able to attract investments. In particular ho, dun sa copper wire. Alam naman ho natin na pagdating ho sa copper and copper-related products, meron ho tayong gap dun sa ating value chain, yung nabanggit nyo nga ho. Meron ho tayong processing ng copper ore into cathode, ine-export natin mostly to Japan para gawin nilang, i-process nila into rods, tapos ibabalik dito sa atin, gagawin nating wire. Kaya ho, malaking area din ho ang Pilipinas para doon sa wiring harness. And even during the pandemic, kung nakikita natin, there is strong interest at nagtatayo ho dito ng pabrika ng mga wiring harness, in particular for electric vehicles na ho, hindi lang yung ordinary na mga internal combustion engine type of vehicles. So it forms part of our priority investment project that we are offering to investors, in particular those coming from East Asia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, in that regard, ang copper cathodes that are being produced by Pasar, ini-export to Japan dahil wala tayong copper fabricator. Kung meron tayong copper fabricator, as was the original plan when I was involved in the land acquisition there, hindi na natin i-export yan sa Japan. Magagamit na natin dito. But let me go to my last point before I make my manifestation. Doon sa housing, meron din kayong proposed development sa housing. Ano ba ang balak nyo dito? Because there is really an acute, a very severe housing crisis in Isabel, Leyte, where Pasar and Philfos are located.
Thank you very much, Congressman Veloso. That would be your last question because your time has run out. Secretary Mon Lopez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So lahat po ito na napasulat dito sa Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone are areas where we are inviting more investments and more participants, especially as you mentioned, Your Honor, yung copper semi-fab and fabrication plant, precisely because alam nating may gap po dito sa value chain. Yung hindi po nagtuloy na dating mga ina-attempt ng mga investor, ito po ngayon ay ino-offer natin sa mga potential investors. Kasama po yan lahat ng pagtulong sa pag-promote na magtayo ng maraming housing dyan. Sigurado po pag lumakas ang industrial activity with all these new fabrication plants, kasunod na po ang development ng mga housing and other ancillary industries. So yun po yung role namin to the point na we are promoting to all investors. We are doing all these virtual roadshows every week. Kanina lang meron kaming mga kinausap from China na because ang maganda rin dito sa virtual trade or investment roadshow, nagagawa talaga natin mas madali because of technology. So wag ho kayong mag-alala, kasama ko ito sa mga priority industries and location na kasama po sa pinopromote natin sa investments.
In closing, Mr. Chair, I support the budget of DTI, proposed budget of DTI. At ulitin ko po, huwag namang bawasan ang budget ng TESDA. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Justice. The chair will now recognize from the minority leader, the senior minority leader, Stella Kimbo. Kong Stella? Is Kong Stella with us already? Naka-Zoom? Is he connected? So while waiting for Kong Stella to get connected to Zoom, Secmon, what are the other attached agencies of DTI that are present with us today other than CDA?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have BOI, Undersecretary Perry heads it. Philippine Trade Training Center, Design Center Philippines. They're all here, Mr. Chairman. Construction Industry Authority, headed by Yusek Boy. Cooperative Development, CDA. Of course, our TESDA, SITEM, and Small Business Corporation. Andito po.
Okay. Nandiyan na? Wala pa? Baka pwede na natin ilabas dito.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, we can hear you.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in consideration of the manifestation of Minority Leader Caraps Paduano and Senior Deputy Minority Leader Janet Garin, I move to terminate the budget hearing of the DTI and its attached agencies, Mr. Chair.
Yes, there's a motion by Kong Stella Kimbo. Can you repeat the motion, Kong Stella? Because medyo choppy po yung signal nyo.
Okay, of the manifestation of Deputy Minority Leader Janet Garin, I move to terminate the budget hearing and its attached agencies, except for TESDA.
So the motion of the minority is to terminate the budget briefing for the Department of Trade and Industry, except for TESDA. Any second?
Seconded.
Any objections? There being none, motion is approved. So DTI, congratulations. We'll see you in plenary. TESDA, we will see you again for another budget briefing. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat po.
Idol.